I can't reach it. Rich Rising, everyone. How you doing? I'm the Grace Strega. I'm here to give you your daily collective read for the day. Things are going fine here. How are you? If you would like to get on the list for a personal reading, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my website. We're also doing a couple of giveaways today. Our first giveaway is a reading giveaway for whoever gives the highest gift between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. I wish you a lot of luck in winning that. We are also doing a giveaway right now. We will be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Oh, I put 60 there. We want 50. All right. Make sure that you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. First and foremost, most important question. How are you guys doing? How are you feeling? If you're feeling a little run down, I'm going to tell you right now, it's okay. We're coming out of eclipse season. It's and often, here's the thing about the eclipse seasons is it's like big energy. It's like things get like really amplified. So it's not, and much like, I like to point this out, like one of the things I like to describe is when we're going through full moon cycles, we get that like little bitty bit of full moon hangover. We can feel a little bit like exhausted, a little bit run down in relationality to the amplification that we often experience during lunar cycles. I want you to imagine like and recognize that when we're going through the eclipse cycles, it's like that times 10. Right? It's like a lot, it's navigating a lot of intensity. And that's why I like often we talk about the fact that the eclipse energies can feel very intense because it doesn't, and I'm going to keep stressing this, the eclipse cycles don't bring something there that does not exist. It's like just cranking the amp to 11. It's just wherever the volume, whatever's going on at that moment, once the eclipse cycles hit, it's like it just brings up the sound. Now, one of the things that we're recognizing and working through has to do with the fact that this last eclipse was like, it was a rough cycle. Why were we talking about the fact that this may have felt like a bit of a rough cycle? I'm going to keep on going through this. I'm going to keep on bringing it up as we continue to navigate it. Mercury retrograde, again, comes in to help us recognize the difference between a groove and a rut. Can be very innovative, but it's frustrating because things start feeling like they're falling apart in the process. We've got the Venus retrograde. Venus retrogrades, everything is a gift, helping us not overly concentrate on the mirror outside the self, recognizing that the mirror within is the mirror that matters, right? But often having to work through those experiences where it's like we feel like there's a lot of that distortion point as it relates to seeing our own reflection or the perception of others. We got the eclipse cycle added to it. Got Neptune transiting out of Pisces into Aries, right? I keep on describing this right now as like the nostalgia factory because we had like basically a pile up of Mercury, Venus, and Neptune all meeting at the border between Pisces and Aries. So it's a lot of that space of potentially reminiscing, right? Feeling like that sense like everything good is gone. It's Renaissance energy. And Renaissance energy is about doing the best that we can. It's about inhabiting a space of appreciating that we are always a work in progress. And that's why I keep on saying that a little bit of that gift that we received prior to entering into that eclipse cycle, the Leo full moon that was working through the space of understanding that when we're feeling that moment of breakdown and we're compassionate in relationality to the high standard that we hold ourselves to, beautiful things can be found there, right? But it's a rough energetic cycle, especially with eclipse season, because if you're someone who works through that space of having to navigate ideals or working into perfection, I'm talking to you, Aquarius. I'm talking to you, Virgo. or if you're someone who dwells heavily in the emotions, I'm talking to you, Pisces. It's not that these are negative, but not allowing that feeling of overwhelm or frustration to move you away from your own direction. Remember, ideal, right? It's not the fact that things are ideal. Ideal is what we do with difficult situations, right? Working through that space of identifying that perfect is not a location. It's something that we strive towards. That is always out of our reach. That is what moves us into the directionality of the higher self. This is some big energy here, and I feel like it's having a big impact, particularly and especially right now for energy and separation. And I keep on defining that what we're effectively seeing coming through this eclipse cycle, and we're still kind of in this process as well. The partnerships that we're experiencing right now are chariot partnerships, right? What we saw last cycle was warrior energy. Why were the partnerships coming together in the last cycle? Warrior energy, because we were going through a Mars retrograde, right? It was taking a lot of confidence and courage to be built into relationships. Now those were like forming very quickly. Like those were like that was the energy that was like finding each other, and it just like hitting the ground running. And what's interesting about some of the partnerships that we're identifying and recognizing now is these seem more like there's a lot of fragility that is being navigated as it relates to new relationship cycles. Why do we see so much fragility there? Because there's a lot of energy right now in separation that are healing from wounds, that are effectively navigating the fact that when we don't heal our own fear, when we haven't done when we haven't done our shadow work, right? One of the reasons we do our shadow work is so that our love feels like love, right? Because sometimes when we feel an enormity and intensity of something, but we haven't done the work in facing our fears, and what we try to give forth as love doesn't feel like love. It feels like we're giving someone our fear. So there's a lot of that work that we're seeing that may be occurring right now for energy and separation, where it's not like seeking energetic connection, but having a little bit of wariness as it relates to seeing and recognizing the strength of another that allows for the force of intensification point of emotions to translate properly, right? And that's why we see that there's something really valuable and important that's happening right now for energy that's coming into partnership in relationality to disassembling. Why are we seeing that these are energies that are focusing on disassembling? And one of the things that was coming through in yesterday's reading was disassembling, not disassociating. Those are different things. Why are they different things? Because disassociating is trying to talk about something in a way that you separate yourself from it, not allowing the context of feeling it, right? Working in that space of not wanting to like recognize what is happening, right? It's like trying to go numb. Disassembling is not disassociating, because disassembling is taking something apart in order to understand it better. And what's beautiful that I'm seeing with a lot of these connections and separation that are coming together at this time is the reason they are fragile and careful is because they're doing that work in taking something apart from the past in order to understand the self further. Because that's a lot of the energy that is almost articulating to one another and saying, my ability to understand and identify what the source of an energetic issue was allows me the ability to resolve it going forward. And that is an energy that is fixated on the past. This isn't energy that is trying to take something apart in order to figure out how to fix something from the past, but they're trying to understand their part in something in order for them to take the energetic lesson to such an extent that they can allow it to be something that was difficult becomes beneficial, right? Taking the negative, moving it into a positive, being solution focused instead of problem oriented. Now, for energy coming into, and this is why there's so much trepidation that's occurring in some of these partnerships right now, because this is the energy that is learning to trust again, that is learning to like in the ability to articulate upon what occurred. They're learning the space of being able to build trust in the process, because that is the energy that says, rest assured, you are safe with me, because I always do the work, not just in terms of expressing how I feel, but understanding why I feel the way I feel, so that my love feels like love. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, there is literally nostalgia being formed for energy coming into divine union. I keep on making this joke, like it's a joke. It's like, here's the lead up. Well, like Mercury, Venus, and Neptune walk into a bar. What do you get? You get a nostalgia factory. Like there's a lot of this sentimentality that we're effectively seeing that is occurring right now as energy is entering into divine union, and being able to look back on something from the past and recognize that it doesn't hurt. I also see here there's a lot of, it's like that in itself is healing of a wound, right? Like the ability to understand that something doesn't hurt anymore. And this is the energy that is almost redefining their experience upon something, talking about it in a way that is helping them understand something better. And it's not easy, because I see even now, like there's a lot of work that's happening right now for energy coming into divine union that's in Scorpio, which is like articulating upon how much they have changed, right? Looking back on something and telling counterpart how much they change, or articulating how much they continue to desire to change. And if this is the energy that is coming into divine union, talking to one another about the story of why they are not perfect, what are they saying towards one another? You don't need to be perfect to be loved. Being loved is the act of perfecting. It's not inhabiting perfect. So there's a lot of that energy that is articulating and feeling the power of the loving gaze. And the loving gaze is one that sees within us. Sees, and I have to stress this, not building into our potential, not building into what another aspires for us, but seeing, like when we see one another, we see the potential we hold ourselves to. That is the ability of seeing the divine self via the counterpart. Now, continuing to get clarification for energy deep within divine union right now, kind of the opposite, okay? Because I just keep on seeing that while the energy right now is that deep within divine union is working is like already far ahead, like it's ahead. And again, nothing's qualitative. It's just on where we're finding the energy. But they're working through a lot of Gemini and Taurus lessons right now. And what are those Gemini and Taurus energies? And what was coming through yesterday was really profound, was the message of working through how I want to make sure I articulate this in the way that it was received. It is the divine, the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. Because it's interesting, because we were talking a lot yesterday about the difference between stubbornness and perseverance, right? And the difference that was coming through in relationality to stubbornness versus perseverance is stubbornness is when we refuse to hear something. Okay, like stubbornness is like, we kept on, it's really interesting because the word dumb keeps on coming up, but it's not dumb like the insulting dumb. It's understanding that the etymological term dumb comes from a dampening, right? Not wanting to hear something, the refusal of something. So when we're in, it's like when we're stubborn, we're being dumb. Right, we're coming to that place like this. But when we are building into a pathwork of like determination and tenacity, it isn't dumb, because it is exquisite insistence, which is the insistence, the standard that you hold because it has meaning, because it is valuable, because it is important. Because, and this is how we can always tell the difference between exquisite insistence versus stubbornness, right? What does stubbornness say? The ego says, like when someone says, why are you being so, like, why are you sticking to something? The ego says, because, like, like the ego can never explain. The ego's like, because I want it that way. But the exquisite insistence is when we say, sit down, how much time you got? Like, I'm happy to walk you through it. Like do you have all day? I'll sit here. We can talk about this indefinitely. Because it's that moment that we find something that is important, the higher calling that helps us see ourselves, that allows us to give voice to why something is important to us. So that's why I keep on hearing it's the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. But it's not the knot like the knot we tie. It's the knot when we come into a space of refusal, right? The knot that indicates a negation point as it relates to holding something that we are insistent upon. So there's something really profound and beautiful, because they're saying that is a lesson connected to Gemini and Taurus. That is our daily, that is a recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it over as a podcast over on my Substack at Tarot Church, or over on my over on my Substack or over on my sorry, Mercury's in Gatorade, or over on my spot at Tarot Church. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. But let me know, listen, let me know how you're doing today. Let me know how you're feeling. Let me know how you're, again, self-care. Self-care is going to be our word right now, because it's very common as we come out of these eclipse cycles to feel a little rough around the edges, to feel a little exhausted. How are you prioritizing self-care? Also, remember, if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. The first spot is open, and the first person on the list each day will always have an additional card in their reading. There we go. How are you doing today, Gia? Welcome. Hi there, Goddess. Hi there, me. Welcome, Elle and Lovely. Hi there, Debbie. How are you doing today, Heather? Grand Rising, Siobhan. Good to see you. How are you doing? Call me. And thank you, Saucy, for the follow. Welcome as well, Jenny, for the follow. This was not the collective, Jenny. This was a recap on what we've been seeing in the collective reads. We're going to be getting started on the collective in just a few minutes. Hi there, Divine Angel. Thank you for the follow as well. Bridget, so good to see you, dear. Hope you're doing well today. Grand Rising. Bo, my close Scorpio friend, has been articulating this towards me recently. I'm so glad to hear that these messages are in alignment with what they've been receiving as well. I feel like here's the thing, and here's the thing right now, Scorpios, I feel like there's something about the energy of Scorpio right now that is just like, I feel like the thing with Scorpios is I would not be surprised if we're all like freaking out under this energy. And like Scorpios just got their sunglasses on. They're like, the vibe is exquisite, because we were talking about this yesterday, which is the difference between perfect and exquisite. And here's the thing about it. Scorpios have an incredible sense of exquisite. Like, that's the thing. Perfect and exquisite are different things. That's why I'm telling you right now, for like Libras and Scorpios, Libras have a good sense of exquisite too. For Libras and Scorpios right now, I feel like they're like the dude. You know what I mean? They're just like, it's like a little bit of like, it's going to be like a little bit of like putting your hands up on the ride kind of energy. For the rest of us, as everyone else is screaming, And Bridget, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. You're so welcome, Jenny. Grand Rising, Esteban. So good to see you. Hi there. Welcome, Elisa. Hi there, Addie. Good to see you, dear. I'm feeling good, but vulnerable today. That is, that's that. Yes. Yeah. Yes. That's pretty much what we can expect coming out of the eclipse cycle. Like you like hit the nail on the head. I sent again the list last night. Oh, thank you, Bridget. Thank you for letting me know, dear. All right, if that's the case, we've got Bridget first on the list, Cassandra second. If anyone wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 3rd person read for. All right. Hold on a minute. 11-5. Got you, Jenny. And Light Loving, thank you for the follow. Bridget, I did so much clearing last night, so many realizations. I also wrote a forgiveness letter to my mom. Yeah, and it is like, I got to tell you, it's a lot of clearing energy. It's a lot of just kind of and I need to stress this, and this is what's beautiful about it. When we get things off our chest with good intention, right? When we allow for that sake of compassion, intentionality to lead, it's like I keep on getting the sense like we are able to feel the arms around us, if that makes sense. I'm never sending it. Of course, you don't need to. I mean, here's the thing. That's what's beautiful, I think, about it. I kind of realized that you were going to say that, right? Like when we talk about energetic release, sometimes it's not the space of feeling like we need to deliver it to another. It's just being able to put it down and understand it for ourselves. I love your username, be yourself. Hold on a minute. Where'd you go? Thank you for sharing the live. Yes, too laid back right now. And I'm an Aries too. Well, here's the thing with Aries. Like we gotta like here the thing with here's the thing. Aries are laid back right now, like the dog in the cafe that is a light. Okay, that's the thing. So whenever I see an Aries right now that's saying I'm doing fine, I'm like, like define fine, because here's the and that I love Aries, because when Aries feel laid back, they get worried. Yeah, you told on yourself the minute you said too laid back. You will never find a Taurus in your entire life that will ever articulate and say that they are too laid back. Only an Aries would say that such a condition exists. Maybe Sagittarius. Like, too laid back. I understand, and bear with you. Understand. I understand that deep in my soul. I get it. Thank you for sharing the live, Cassandra. Libra Moon and Rising, Scorpio Venus. A lot going on. Oh no, yeah. This is going to feel like, I think that it's probably going to give you like comedy of errors energy right now, Cassandra. It's probably going to feel like it's going to feel like a juggling act. Thank you for confirming, Bridget. Grand Rising, Tammy. Bridget, I feel like a new person, like I've made so much room. I love this for you. I am so happy to hear that, Bridget. Continue and let that continue to be those moments of expansion. And listen, coming out of the eclipse right now and feeling like, feeling cleansed is going to be like, that's a good place to be. And that's why, do you remember what I said? 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 What did I say? What did I say not to do during this eclipse cycle? As long as you didn't take things personally, as long as you didn't get all crimped up in the feelings, right? Because I'm telling you, like, that's the thing. There was a lot of work to be done right now in this eclipse cycle. Like a lot of those moments feeling like, oof, right to the feelings. You know what I mean? Like a lot of having to navigate that, but not being reactive, just allowing oneself to embody the space of being able to recognize and identify, letting compassion lead. It helps us through things. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, we've got, if you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list today, you can also get on the list via my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. You can also find that there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. Move into the collective. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Justice card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. I am so excited to teach this class. We're going to go through the history, the symbology. We're going to talk a little bit about how to read for that card in all of its positions and directions. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread to help you channel the messages of the Hangman into your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also receive as a as a monthly subscriber to our Substack, um, over access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best during each class to give you a recap on everything that we have studied thus far. But the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. And I will also point out now is a great time to join that class program, because if you did want to catch up, if you did want to kind of bone up on what we've studied thus far, you've got almost like 2 hours worth of classes that you can build upon from now until we get to that class. So this is like an ideal time to join. If you choose to be, you also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students. So if there's any questions that come up as you're going through those classes, you can feel free to reach out to me. I'll do my best to clarify anything that you've received there. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive total access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That's over 12 hours worth of classes in an ever expanding and growing library. You will also have access to the option to receive a one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes going forward to the best of your to pursue your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber, a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings, services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events, as well as my online live schedule. You'll also be notified as well to any new offerings that I do offer. Speaking of that, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. Those can be purchased. I take a very limited number of students for the reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's spiritual goals and personal journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased on an individual level per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase the package of dream interpretations, I simply ask that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list, as always, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio, please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We're also doing 2 different giveaways today. We are going to be doing a reading giveaway and gifting a reading to the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. We will also be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap. And also, if you're joining us across the other platforms, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in my Lio. Hi there, Tammy. Good to see you. And Mother, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Av H, for sharing the live as well. Hello there, Island. I'm happy to read for you. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. Thank you for the follow. And thank you, Sav, for the follow as well. My friends, If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would really appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. We are going to get started momentarily. And if you would prefer to join us, you can also find us across the other apps as well. That said, no, but well, it helps if I get the cards together. Thank you so much, Moonlit, for those gifts. And if again, thank you guys so much for being here. If you'd like to be on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Monday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Monday, March 31st. 2025. What do we have coming through on the cards for today? Can I please have the first 5 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are, oh, I love it. So I got to stress this. We've got here the 2 of Cups in its upright in combination with the 10 of Pentacles in its reversal. I love these 2 cards together because here's the thing I need to stress about it is, and I need to point this out. There's something really beautiful and harmonious that is happening right now for a lot of the energy that is coming together in union during this energetic period of time. And I need to stress this because what we effectively saw in the last energetic cycle, and I just want to clarify. So when I talk about the last energetic cycle, I am speaking specifically towards the quarter wherein we experienced a Mars retrograde, where there was like literally no Mars energy to be found. We were like in the arid, like Mars had just gone on a little vacation. And it was requiring us to do a lot of work in the lessons of understanding the difference between confidence and courage. Confidence being something that we navigate with a sense of surety. Courage, work, like the security that we create in being unsure, but doing the best that we can. This is why I keep on describing that these partnerships that are forming right now are chariot partnerships. Do these energies, because I love this, because the energies are trusting one another, because they're leading with the statement, I don't know what I'm doing. Why does it mean so much when someone, and we need to talk about this because it's navigating the, and we got to back up a little bit here because we were talking about this yesterday. Whenever we are trying to, when we are being brave, it often feels like we articulate and say, I don't know what I'm doing. I hope it's the right thing, right? There's a trepidation point that we often hit because we're doing something in a way that we haven't done it before, right? It's giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of that fledgling energy. But it's often those moments that you see in another, the ability to acknowledge their own trepidation. And I keep on saying the difference between the trepidation that says, I can't, versus a trepidation of saying, be patient with me as I'm trying, right? It's that tender moment that we often identify and recognize that we see in another that, and again, I'm going to tell you, it feels somewhat vulnerable, right? Because often when we talk about, and I keep on seeing this, when we lovingly hold our fear, I need to point this out. Oh, when we lovingly hold our fear, it often communicates as worry, right? Because it is the worry, right? It is the acknowledgement of worry. And I keep on saying worry about the self, right? Being able to find that modality of articulating to another and sharing with each other our fears. It's not the space that we project them, right? It's the space that we acknowledge that they're there. So I keep on seeing that there's something really profound and beautiful that's occurring right now in some of these connections. Remember, I said they're chariot connections. They take time to form. There's trepidation there because this is the energy that is coming to trust one another by each other's ability to disassemble, right? Not just to feel a strength of intensity in terms of how one feels, but doing the additional hard labor of understanding the reasons that one feels strongly. Those are different things, right? I'm going to say that again because it's important. The difference between the ability to identify the ego that feels strongly versus the higher self is the ability to push through the feeling of feeling something strongly, to be able to find the words to articulate why something has so much meaning, right? And so I keep on seeing there's a lot. These are very slow connections that are forming. There's a lot of hesitancy there. There's a lot of trepidation, but it is the secure. I keep on hearing it's the security of experiencing something where it doesn't feel like it's a rush, right? It is the intention. It is. I keep on hearing it is the intention in the midst of a rush, right? It's like almost those moments that it feels like time stops. So I feel like there's a lot of that, like I keep it's actually like mute, it's meet cute energy. I'm gonna actually say that. But again, it's also because I mean it's meet cute energy because I'm just gonna say it again. We've got Neptune, Mercury, and Venus all tripping over themselves in like crossing from Pisces into Aries, right? So it's like there's a lot of that, like it's a lot of that, it's like a lot of that, like I keep on seeing like that it's almost giving, like I told you, like the training wheels. It's giving like almost like it feels almost like cocoon as well. Like it feels like a lot of that space where there's like, yeah, it's training wheels is also like a cocoon because it's like something that is growing, that is vulnerable, that takes time, right? Now, for energy that is coming into divine union, I keep on identifying that there's something really beautiful here because this is the energy that says, I love watching you. I love watching you take your time and become the person that you're becoming. Because I need to describe, and this is what we were seeing that was coming through. The difference between the fallacy of building into potential, into another person's potential, versus seeing someone authentically is literally the moment that we understand that what we see within another is what they see within themselves. This is often an identification point of alignment because in those moments, and this is sometimes when we realize, like when we have those moments that feel like they're heart stopper moments, is often a moment that we recognize that the perception of what we potentially thought we were building towards with another isn't what they themselves were creating. This is why we always are wary about building into potentiality in others, right? It should never supersede what another person sees within themselves, right? But what's beautiful about some of the energy right now that's coming into divine union is recognizing that the transparency that occurs when you understand and identify that um, the shape that is formed by seeing the version of the higher self within the counterpart is such that you understand and identify that you're in alignment, right? Like that's why we talk about it in relationality to being clear-eyed, because it is the clear-eyed perception of seeing someone truly, both seeing them in the space of not seeing them as perfect, seeing them as, again, the flaws that are becoming facets, but also recognizing the state that what you hold as another's potential, they also identify and define as the work that they themselves are building upon. This is often integral in healthy alignment because it feels good and it is good, right? It is moving towards that higher self and not feeling like one is alone on that journey, that another person is also participating in that space. And so that's why I keep on hearing that energy to a certain extent feels like they're stumbling upward at this time because they're saying to each other, we're not perfect, but we don't have to be. In order, we just need to be moving in the same direction and identifying and feeling that feeling of perfection that we move towards is mutually shared. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is deep within divine union, this is why I keep on seeing that this energy is already like, this is energy that's already deep within Taurus and Gemini, right? Which is like, It doesn't feel so vulnerable. It feels much more protective. The energy deep within divine union notices that vulnerabilities are happening, and that's what's happening right now. Like the energy, like deep within divine union, like is working to protect vulnerability. It's like it's more like shield energy. It's more like absolutely not. But that's why we kept on having that message that was coming through for a lot of the energy in divine union, which is the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, which isn't stubbornness, because stubbornness cannot be explained. But when we hold to something with a sense of affirmation, we want to talk about it. We want to share it. We want to be able to articulate the meaning that something has to us that feels like it is grounding and fortifying. Center card in our 5-card spread for today is the Emperor card in its reversal. So there's a lot of this work that we're recognizing and identifying right now in relationality. Like this is the vulnerability point. And I gotta tell you right now, this is going to be having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. For a lot of this energy right now, like here's the thing with like masculine energy right now, there's something really, I want to say, I keep on hearing, and this is happening across all of the frequencies. There's something about the beauty of redefinition that's happening here, right? And because I just keep on seeing that there's a level or degree of emotional intelligence, that energy deep within, like here's the thing about it. Like one of the major hallmarks that we identify when we're on a good journey of the self is understanding that everything that we receive is a gift. And this is what I keep on seeing, because I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this work that's happening right now in relationality to masculine that has to do with inhabiting the space of honoring feelings. But what's beautiful about that is I keep on seeing that isn't that, like, it's the difference between fickleness and expansion. Like that's what's so magnificent for, I'm seeing, for a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union. Because often when we're in a healthy energetic connection, we feel more inhabited in ourselves. We're able to find ourselves more. We're able to articulate more. And I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of like there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is finding themselves, right? But the finding the self is honestly, and this is what we talk about with the finding the self. The finding the self isn't looking outside the self. It is finding the ability to communicate how we feel in ways that feel like it's expansive. It's like finding the language, if you will. So I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of this space of masculine, like going through some moments right now that may feel like they're energetically fragile, but at the same time, it's the type of fragility that is, like, I keep on seeing is the amplification point of understanding the self, right? You ever notice that, when you are in a space, like when you kind of move in a space where you're not holding on to the self so tightly, there's an aspect or perspective of the self that allows for that energetic empathy point, the lack of definition of the self. And so I keep on seeing that something really beautiful is happening here. And I already know the next cards that are coming out, because masculine, as they move on that journey, more and more they feel the need not to feel like they have to describe themselves in a way that feels like it is definitive. Feminine, working on healing the egoic shield, often becomes more refined in their articulation of understanding the self. Continuing to get 4th and 5th cards in our 5-card spread. Yep, there it is. And this has to do a lot with, like, we're going to talk a little bit here with the work that's happening coming into with Neptune transiting. And here's the thing, the way I like to describe this is I keep on getting the message, like when Neptune moves, we all cry, because there's a lot of emotionality there. Like Neptune is the realm, is the keeper of the emotions, right? It's working into the space of honoring the feelings. Now, what is the message that Neptune keeps on saying? Like, what is the message that Neptune keeps on saying to us as it moves out of Pisces into Aries? Don't confuse depth with direction, right? Don't confuse depth with direction. Don't confuse a lot of feeling with directionality, because Neptune, and that's what's beautiful about Neptune shows us the lessons that we attach to Neptune. Say you can walk and chew gum. You can do both. Like, you know what I mean? Like, Neptune is the ultimate energy that can walk and chew gum, because you have to think about the ocean. The ocean contains everything, right? The emotion, like that, Neptune contains everything. But is Neptune a static place? Is it still water? No, it's got its waves. So it talks about the fact, like, often the journeys that are connected to Neptune talk about the depth of emotions that don't negate direction. So we see even now that there may be I keep on seeing a lot of chapters closing and a lot of new chapters opening, coming through and articulating upon these points, right? Because, and this is what we're talking about here, what do we see that's happening? We're recognizing and identifying that when we're not in a space of honoring our feelings, when we haven't come into the space of honoring our fear, then the love we give others feels like fear, right? We can have a lot of something, but giving someone a lot of something, having a lot of feelings for something, someone, doesn't mean that's necessarily a good thing if you haven't done the work on healing. Because if I'm someone who's like, carries a lot of fear, and I haven't worked through that fear, and then I care about you a lot, it made me feel like I'm just dumping my fear onto you. So we do the work of confronting the self and finding the stability and strength within the self, so that our love feels like love. And so I keep on seeing that there's either these limitation points that are being reached around circumstances or situations where another person is potentially trying to articulate something, and another person saying to them, your fear is holding you back, and another person saying, I'm not afraid of you, and them saying, it's not that you're afraid of me, it's that the thing that you're giving me does not feel like love, it feels like fear, right? That when we talk about the fact that we say that another person is too fearful, it's not potentially the fact that they're running away. It's that they're not doing enough. They're not being conscientious enough to recognize what they're giving isn't getting lost in translation, right? And so that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy right now, working in that space, this is why, what is the energy building into new energetic connections doing? What are they saying to each other carefully? You're safe with me. You're safe with me. And why are they disassembling how they feel? Because they're in those spaces of saying, I want to show you, like in the act of disassembling and being able to navigate and recognize how we feel. We say to one another, make no mistake, I never lose clarity when I start to feel a lot, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Cups in combination with our Ten of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with the Five of Cups in its upright. Now, here's the thing. If you're feeling morose right now, if you're feeling somber, if you're feeling like energetically heavy, I just want to take a moment to remind you, okay, that we are coming out. That we are coming out of a raging eclipse cycle. I need to stress this, because it's not that all the eclipse cycles are usually this rough, but I'm going to say it again. The eclipse cycles, it's hard to navigate. And this is why we talk about the fact that we can never anticipate what's going to happen during an eclipse cycle. Because again, the eclipse cycles don't bring something new in. They just turn the volume up on wherever we find ourselves. This is why we talk about the fact that the eclipse cycles are chaotic, because they are unpredictable, in the sense that you can't, like, you have to energetically look at what's going on astrologically to understand where the volume knob is going to be turned up on. They're not alike. They're never alike because of that. It's like, you're playing, and someone goes, "Woo," and just turns, every now and then the eclipse shows up and goes, and we'll put it to 11, and we'll put it back down again. Okay, so it's like, so there's a lot of that predictability that we navigate in those spaces. And that's why we also see sometimes that everybody's like, oh, goody, I survived the eclipse cycle. And it's like, it's not the eclipse cycle you have to worry about, it's afterwards. It's like sometimes we feel worse after the eclipse cycle. So just don't, like, remember that. Continue to navigate much like we're still in the eclipse cycle, okay? Because sometimes, like, the come down, it's like it's working through a lot of the same stuff to a certain extent. So just be gentle with yourself right now. And again, if you have to prioritize self-care right now, that's good. Like honestly, what like we don't need to worry sometimes about having to do incredible things during eclipse cycles. Sometimes just like being able to stay like this, like working through Libra lessons, working through like the ability, or Taurus lessons, like being able to kind of be able to maintain consistency, at a time when everything is like, "Wah!" Like that is great. Like don't get too hard on yourself. Continuing to get clarification between, and this is what I told you guys about, between our 10 of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our Emperor in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through with the Page of Cups. Now, I need to kind of like, we got to walk through this to a certain extent, because again, we are currently going through a circumstance or situation. And this is why, and that's the thing about it. I do not want you to be like, oh, good, like the eclipse is over, like back to scheduled programming. No, okay, because like we've still got we've still got the same stuff going on. It's just the volume is coming back down again. Okay, we've still got the Mercury retrograde, and we've still got the Venus retrograde to contend with. Okay, so that's why I'm saying, like, just continue. Like, I'm going to say the same exact things that I was saying during the eclipse cycle. I don't want you taking anything personally right now. I don't want you taking anything personally, because what often, like, with Neptune and Venus, both in retrograde, it is very easy to misread situations, especially if you're focusing too much on the self, right? I mean, like it, and I know, and I don't want to hear, and listen, I don't want to hear it. Go ahead, take your time now. Give me all the reasons, give me all the reasons why you feel energetically provoked. I don't care. And now I'm going to say to you, I am going to be your good mother. And I'm going to say, I don't care. I don't care who started it. I don't care what you think they meant by that. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care. And I mean that because I love you. Okay, okay, that's what I mean. I mean that, okay, I mean that. I do not care because I love you. Because when we identify and work through circumstances or situations, it is not about being reactive. It is about being our best self. So again, if you want to take this time right now, let this be like, look, maybe everybody else is doing like, okay, let's all do like a meditation. No, you give it to me right now. You just tell me all the reasons, be like, they go ahead. Just like, let me have it. Like, give it all up, get it out of your system, continue back to normal. Okay. Okay. Be your highest self right now. Be your highest self. Identify and recognize. And if you're feeling energetically triggered, I want you to see that as a call to be your highest self. Okay? Because everything about this energy right now, I'm telling you, okay, the thing with the Venus retrograde cycles is it often distorts our perception of things. So I'm saying, don't look outside the self for that. Look within, okay? Continuing to get clarification between our Emperor card in its reversal in combination with our 7 of Cups in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification with our 5 of Wands in its upright. So working through the context of, like, again, we have to navigate this right now. Let's have a conversation about working through. And that's the thing about some of these eclipse cycles, especially this eclipse cycle, bringing out potentially a little foreshadow work. But remembering that when we're navigating the space of our anxiety, when we're navigating the space of our fear, what do? We confront it, right? We allow ourselves to be present to it, because when we are able to find the courage within ourselves to face our fear, and that does not mean running full tilt towards your fear. Okay, okay? Please, does not mean running full tilt towards your fear, but being able to look at what our fear is asking for us to see, right? You know how we describe it here. We look at the fear as like a little child, okay? Little creepy child fear, like very good at surprising us. Like, Tab's like, oh my God, what are you doing here? Right? Wants to show us something, right? Our ability to kind of see what the fear is asking. And sometimes that energetic fear is wild. Like, we're like, what is that? And we go, little buddy, why did you make this? You're like, I thought of it in my brain. Be like, okay, that's cool. We're gonna put it on the wall. We're gonna look at it. We're gonna look at it. But often, sometimes when we have those moments, that we understand that our fear is asking for something that we can relieve, right? So the ability to look in that space of identifying what feels like it is supportive to us versus what creates that space within us, I keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful that's happening right now. And this is why I keep on defining that the partnerships that are forming during this time or during this cycle are chariot energy, because this is the energy that is finding each other beautifully by the word trying, right? And trying is a qualifier of doing, right? When we articulate the word try, often another sees us and says, it doesn't sound like you're trying to do anything. It sounds like you're actively doing it, because it's the ability that we put a qualifier on our work, that we allow ourselves to work in the space of our intentions. And that doesn't mean that we're perfect, right? It requires a lot of that roughness. It requires a lot of that, like, working through something. But that ability of doing so, that ability of recognizing, that ability of moving into a space that feels like we are trying to get better at something, it is often the definition, I keep on hearing, stumbling upwards, right? Because we're not in that space. We're not looking for something that feels like it shifts the blame off of ourselves. We're looking for what we can do to try to make something energetically better. So I keep on seeing that there's something, like, I keep on hearing that the partnerships right now that are coming together are helper energy, right? They're in that space where they recognize and identify, and they try to come into a space of being able to identify what they can do within the self to change, how to make something easier, while also simultaneously saying to another, how can I help you on your journey as well? Well, for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union right now, there is, it's working through not being too hard on the self. It's working through those spaces or places wherein you identify and recognize where the work begins, right? And I keep on seeing, it's like, I keep on hearing, like, it's interesting because I feel like it's like for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, it feels like they've recognized something from the past that's given them a new assignment. Okay, it's like looking back on the past, seeing something in a different way, feeling very lucid and present in the moment, but then building into a new energetic assignment, right? But that's the assignment of the self. It's like answering that higher call, if you will. Now, for masculine, and that's the energy that's like, again, it feels like it's like it's often like it's no time. It's like it's a lot of that tirelessness, because I almost see that that's the energy that, like, has that pad of consolation in terms of how far they've come, but also feeling that sense in terms of how far they're going, right? There's a lot of that energy that articulates and says, and like, why do they love the counterpart? Because these are the counterparts that see the work it takes to navigate that journey. While for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, a lot of this energy deep within divine union, focusing and doing that work, recognizing and identifying. This is the energy I keep on seeing is already deep within Taurus and Gemini cycles, because this is the energy that, again, I keep on hearing, the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, right? The moment that we articulate and define what is important to us is often stated in the space of identifying and articulating what we're not energetically comfortable with. But again, and this is what's beautiful, the difference that one is able to amplify and recognize between stubbornness and divine insistence is being able to articulate the meaning of something, why something means so much to the self, right? Because often when we talk about something that we insist upon, we feel like we answer the call to the higher self, because the higher self says, oh, you want to talk about it? I'm very happy to get, like, I'm happy to go into building into the context of defining why something has value, right? It is the intrinsic nature of divinity that often talks towards the ability of understanding an energetic ideal. While when we're in a place of stubbornness, this can also be identified as a resistance or a refusal to change, right? The comfortability matrix that we don't want to change something, not because it has meaning, but because we don't like change. It's like, it's like, because, like, it's like, it's working through the like, it's like that heavy layer of working through something to a certain extent, that we often sometimes recognize, like, that we're holding on to something that doesn't feel like it's that energetically important. Like, this is what we talk about with surrender. Okay, it's like surrender isn't giving up, it's recognizing when we're insisting on something for no flippin' reason. Okay. Continuing to get clarification between our our eight of cups in its reversal, in combination with our Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with Temperance and Girls in Her Upright. I like it. We could all use a little bit of temperance right now. I am very surprised to see this card. There's a lot of energy right now in Aries, and Aries are not known for their temperance. But I need to point this out, and this is why I have to point this out. Aries become, I need to stress this. This is often a misambiguation that happens with Aries. When Aries see energy that is trying, energy, and Aries will become the most patient sign on the planet. Aries are defined, right? Aries are energies that are based upon holding lines, energies that are based upon identifying where the work begins. And there's a difference. And that's why we see that this is often why Aries lose patience with things when they feel like they've reached a stagnation point. Aries are not impatient. Aries recognize stagnation and they can't tolerate it. So that's why I see that this is why we see that there's a lot of this work that's occurring right now, particularly with all of this sign work moving into Aries, because this is Aries that basically says, don't confuse it. It's not that Aries are not patient. It's that Aries are constantly seeking progress, right? Progress with the self, right? It doesn't have to be like, it doesn't have to be a mile. It has to be an inch, right? It's like, a lot of the messages that we often get with sign work that's in Aries is remembering that, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. That, the way a glacier moves across, over mountains is often an inch and then back 3 degrees, right? It's the ability of identifying and feeling the like, give it a get go, give it a get, like, you have to think about Aries like ignition energy. And what is an ignition point say? Do it again. Try it again. Yeah, a little bit more this time. You know what I mean? Like, it's working through what it takes to move something. So I keep on seeing that's what's beautiful about this, and this is what we're seeing across all the frequencies, is a little bit of the gift that is happening coming out of this eclipse cycle is feeling a little bit of an easement point as it relates to giving oneself the patience of understanding, like trying, of understanding what that path work is, right? So there's and I gotta say it's a little bit difficult because it's like force of effort and patience, right? It's understanding what it's going to take to get somewhere. And what's beautiful is like that's the difference. And again, for energy and separation, I'm seeing that these messages, like these lessons, are vital and important because I keep on hearing it's the difference in identifying what feels like it's going nowhere versus what it's going to take to get there, right? The conversations that the reason why these are chariot partnerships is everything is being determined as to what it's going to take to get there. So as long as those conversations are occurring there, it's like, this is why the energy says it doesn't have to be like, like, it doesn't have to be a massive movement. It just has to be it's that ability of understanding where that work is, what it is. This is the energy that is defining their own ability in recognizing the adaptability that we take to make something happen, right? Now, for masculine and feminine energy, that's happening across all the sign work, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Cups in its upright in combination with our Page of Cups. Can I please get one card to clarify? Clarification coming through right now with our Page of Pentacles. So let's talk a little bit about this. This is why I was really, 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 really stressing not to take things personally during eclipse cycles, right? We talked a lot about defensiveness, right? We talked a lot about defensiveness in yesterday's read. And I'm going to use a word again. And I'm going to preface this word because it's a word that keeps on coming towards me. And I want you to understand when I use this word, I'm not using it in the vernacular of an insult. I'm using it based on the original etymology of the term dumb, which is associated to numb. It is a dampening, right? When we are defensive, it is dumb. Now, why? Okay, now do not get triggered by that. Listen to what I'm saying when I say defensiveness is dumb, because when we get defensive, we dampen. We become resistant to changing. We say, I didn't have anything to do with it, right? You know what I mean? That's the thing that's why defensiveness is dumb. Okay, do you understand? I'm not saying that in an insulting way. I'm saying it is a resistance point in refusing to do something about something. So when we're defensive, all we do is we throw up our hands. When we're defensive, we say, I'm not engaging in that. I can't do anything about it. It sometimes feels like a bit of woe is me, right? When we're defensive, it doesn't allow for any productivity. And often when we're overly focused on the self, when someone's trying to talk to us and we're so concentrated in being defensive, someone's trying to say to us, there's something we can do to fix this. And someone's going, there's nothing we can do. It sometimes feels like we want to tear our hair out because we're like talking towards a wall. And that's because defensiveness is dumb. It is a strategy. It is a standard that you say, I have nothing that I will not change. There's nothing I can do to change. There's nothing I can do to understand. When we are in a space where we can even hear, and I got to stress this, we can hear things that we feel defensive about, and we can clarify. We can extend. We can heal. We can work to energetically resolve. That's that moment where we articulate our defensiveness, but then we don't get defensive. Do you understand? Like there's the difference, like the activeness of being able to engage in something, to clarify, right? And to articulate and to take it, like to identify like how one can even in this, I keep on hearing, you can be defensive and still accountable, right? Often when we're in a healthy space, we can feel defensive, but then we can take accountability for what it is that we can do to move something in a positive direction. But that's why I keep on hearing that these are energies. And the only thing I'm seeing right now is there may be some separation of connections where it feels like another person is doing everything possible to make it easier for another person, and another person is refusing to move an inch. Right? Like we have those moments that feel like that, it's like it feels like so frustrating because we're like we have these moments that we're like, I could not, like, can't make it any easier. Like, and again, and that's like often like it's like that work, and it's like all you need to do, like all you need to do is, it's like working in that context. So, and that's why I keep on seeing that this is why these new energetic partnerships are approaching each other with so much of that fragility, because I keep on hearing them say, my love is not dumb, right? Which means my love is not numb. I don't just sit within the way I feel and not notice how it affects another. It's like this is the energy that's trying to articulate to each other and say, I understand that love is active listening. It's not just what I want to give you, it's also how you receive it and how it feels to receive, right? Like that's, and I keep on seeing that this is energy that's articulating upon a past situation that feels like nothing they could do. It's like, and often those moments that we say like there was nothing I could do to fix it, a little light bulb comes up on our head. A little light bulb comes up, right? It's the recognition point of understanding something that we were seeing, that we were saying all along, but we didn't even recognize as we were saying it. Now, for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, this is why it feels like a little bit of a heartbreaking moment, because I keep on seeing that often, like, this is why we talk about the fact that healing is not just sunshine and rainbows. Anyone who tells you that it's like, oh, you're going to be great, it's like, no. If you want to feel great all the time, go be delusional. When we're in this space of healing, right? When you want to validate the self, when you're on a real journey of healing, it's usually not self-validating. Okay, like it's not. I need to stress this. I mean this with all the love of in the heart space. We don't look to understand when we're trying, we don't try to find something to validate ourselves. We understand ourselves further. And that's usually messy work. You know what I mean? We usually look back and we see things and be like, oh, geez, Louise. It's a lot of that, it's a lot of that unpacking of the self. And I keep on seeing that there's a lot of this energy that's understanding that context. It's understanding where the work begins, right? It's understanding how we amplify and how we recognize and how we heal going further. So I keep on seeing that, it feels like, and it's funny because the reason it feels like the energy right now is in Scorpio is because and I don't mean this, honestly, please, and I know no Scorpios listening to this are going to take this personally, because I know they're going to understand it. It feels a little gross, but here's the thing. But the reason it sometimes feels a little gross is because we're seeing things about ourselves that we couldn't see before, which is often, and this is why Scorpios are always like, gross. It's like when we're ready to get our hands dirty in ourselves, we can become something more. We can change, we can adapt, right? And that's why, often those with Scorpio placements, they don't shy away from transformation, because they understand that in order to understand the self, you have to also embody and be ready to get your hands dirty in the messiness of the self in the process, right? Well, for energy right now, deep within divine union, woof, just how fast that card just flew out. I'm going to say it again. I just keep on hearing the same message. The exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. What is the difference between being stubborn and holding on to something of importance? You're able to explain why. You're able to contextualize on it. You're able to show another why something has meaning to you. And so I keep on hearing there's a lot of that energy in that space, expanding upon, expositing on, the intensity of what they feel, but not doing so, I'm going to tell you right now, not doing so from a place of refusal, right? Stubbornness is refusal. The exquisite insistence of something that is intrinsically important is often one that it is not one word, and that's why it's like the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot. It's being able to articulate upon an ideal that requires holding firm to an energetic standard. Continuing to get clarification between our Five of Wands in combination with our Temperance card in its upright. Can I please have one card to clarify? Clarification coming through with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, I told you this is having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I got to tell you right now, though, I feel like masculine and feminine right now are very much in alignment at this time. I would not be surprised if there isn't like a bit of quietude right now happening between masculine and feminine, because I got to stress this. You guys are always asking me like when the energies are in alignment, and often when the energies are in alignment, it's like it gets quiet. It's like there's a, like it's very like sometimes there's like that moment of quietude. Like there's a lot of that moment of like navigating something here, because I just keep on seeing that something that's valuable and important about that has to do with the fact that like, and I just need to show you this because it's really, really beautiful. And if you want to take a look at today's spread and you're listening on the podcast, you can head over to my Substack and you'll be able to see the cards that I'm referring to. So we've got here, and this card flew out of the deck, we've got the Ten of Cups in its upright, and then we've got the Page of Pentacles in its reversal, and then we've got the Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. Now, do you see these energies? This is energy in separation, recognizing and feeling the sense of moving towards another that shares their ideals. But are they running into each other's arms? No. No, look at them. They're in that space where they're moving delicately. They're moving carefully towards one another. There's fragility here. This is energy that is finding one another wounded. And it's in that space of navigating. And this is the care. Like, what are they giving each other? Recognizing and identifying that these are energies that are carrying wounds of love. They're not forcing things. They're being energetically delicate. They're understanding the fragility of not trying to move too quickly, right? Because that ability or that expansion point of being compassionate for how another feels often articulates like, it's like the delicacy. I keep on hearing the delicacy, the delicacy. It's like, it's delicate. It's working in that space of like navigating carefully for the sake of being like working through the energetic fragility that we often feel, you know? It's like that moment that our love does not feel demanding. It feels like it's very patient, understanding where we find another, right? So there's a lot of attunement that I see that's happening right now for energy and separation as it relates to new connections. But that's what's interesting about it. It's not like the energy we saw last cycle. Those warrior energetic cycles were like it was like fast formed, like immediate, like it was like Wonder Twin energy. This is more like lace. This is more like training wheels. This is more working in a space of taking the time and the delicacy of navigating a situation where you recognize that someone is still in a space of actively healing. Continuing to get clarification between, and this is why I keep on seeing that these are the wings. Like, I just want to stress this right now. Look at the wings right now for the energy that is coming into divine union, because this is the energy. Do you see this? What are the counterparts saying to each other coming into divine union? In your eyes, my flaws become facets. In my eyes, in your eyes, there is like, and we talk about this, like, it's not the question of what we lack, it's what we're trying to do. And so I keep on seeing like the alignment point here says to each other as they're moving into divine union, the work is not about being perfect. The work is about perfecting. We are works in progress. And that moment and that space, like, this is the energy that says that they see each other's divinity in one another, because often the difference between building towards potential and seeing the divinity in another is seeing the potential in seeing the potential that you see in another and understanding that they are recognizing and embodying that same journey. Continuing to get clarification. This is why, and this is why this energy transforms for energy deep within divine union as the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, because we talked about the fact that these are all Gemini and Taurus energy like lessons. And what is the thing with Gemini and Taurus? How do you do it? What does it take? What it takes is what it takes. It's not about it's not about balance. This is often what Libras work through too, right? Balance is not about equal. Balance is about what it takes to keep something equal, right? There's a disambiguation point that often those who think of balance think of equal distribution. That's not how you create balance. Balance is identifying what it takes to do something, right? The balance in relationality to what it is that you're trying to create. So I keep on seeing that this is energy that says, that understands the difference between the balance of the self versus understanding the balance of what it takes to maintain an energetic consistency point. Continuing to get clarification between our Page of Pentacles in its reversal in combination with our 10 of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification. Oh, look who it is. And we'll be studying this card on April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to become part of that class program over on my Substack, we've got here the Hangman card, but it's in its reversal. It's more of that, like I keep on hearing, it's more of that work that we're experiencing right now as it relates to disassembling. So let's talk about this right now. It's saying to me, and what's beautiful is for the energy and separation, I keep on seeing that this is the energy that is disassembling in order to assemble. And I know that sounds paradoxical, but I want you to understand this. We talked about the fact that for a lot of the energy right now in separation, recovering from experiences where there was a whole lot of something that another person called love, but didn't feel like love, right? That those moments that we haven't done enough work on the self, having, and like these are the lessons we often have with Neptune cycles. Depth is not to be confused with direction. Depth is not the same as direction. You can have a lot of something, but it doesn't provide direction. You can feel a lot of something for someone, but it's not direction. The only thing that is direction, and feelings do not have direction, right? This is why the energy is so invested in doing the work to disassemble how they feel, because this is the energy that says to each other, you are safe. You are safe when I feel a magnification point of feelings. You are safe when I feel an intensity of feelings, because in the moment that we feel an intensity of feelings, but we find the understanding, the perception of the self, not to be reactive to our feelings, we disassemble the feelings within ourselves to recognize what feels like it is valuable and important versus what feels like it is ego-driven and defensive, and what are often the emotions of the ego. They're dumb emotions, right? They're energy that wants to protect. And it's like the automatic switch that says protect. Why protect? Why protect? And again, it's not that the ego is negative, right? We have to think about this again. The way I like to describe the ego is like that buddy. The ego is like that buddy who cares about us a lot, but sometimes they're too overprotective. Okay, sometimes that buddy is a little bit like, sometimes that buddy goes into overdrive. And when the ego's too big, we cannot see, right? When the ego's too big, we cannot see. So we do that work in regulating our energetic ego. And so there's something about that. The energy is working to the space of disassembling the emotions. And what they're saying to each other intuitively is, you're safe with me. My love is a safe place. You are not going to be hurt when I feel an intensity of something, because I understand the difference between feeling something and intentionally acting upon it. And that's happening across all the frequencies. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Cups in its upright in combination with our Queen of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. We've got our Two of Swords in its reversal. So there's a lot of this work that we're seeing here. As it relates, and this is, I got to keep on describing this right now because this is exactly, if you're feeling really lucid right now, if you're going through some moments right now that feel like they're very lucid, I keep on describing this. So you have to just keep in mind, Neptune's usually the back energy. Right, like Neptune is usually like the slow energy, like it's often dwelling in the place of memories. Okay, Mercury is the opposite. It is like the fast idea energy. It is the energy that just zips ahead, right? So what we got happening right now, okay? We got Mercury that's usually like, wee! Mercury's in retrograde. So Mercury is pulling back, okay? And then we've got Neptune that is usually behind, and Neptune is pushing into Aries. So it's creating a lot of, how do I describe this? Like, if you're having things slipping from your mind, if you're feeling like a little bit of that like slip and slide in relationality to being able to find things or where you put them, this could have something to do with it. Because I keep on hearing it's creating a lot of lucidity. It's creating a lot of that like lucid state, like how, you know what I mean? Like those moments that just like feel like you're like, oh, like sorry, I don't know where I was for a sec. You know, it's giving me a lot of those. It's giving me a lot of those moments because it's like sometimes moments where it's like the past may be feeling like it's rushing at you in a way that you're like, whoa, you just like a memory. I keep on being like a memory comes back. You know what I mean? You're like, whoa, what was that? Versus all like coming into a space of like having an insight upon the past is what I'm seeing. I'm telling you, it's Renaissance energy. And Renaissance energy is often about being able to make connections in time, right? Like being able to like see, like it's like it's a lot of that, like, oh, here, pull this back up. You know, it's like it's things that feel like they're out, like it's not, it's like things that feel like they're out of time that suddenly arrive at just the right moment, if that makes sense. So there's a lot of that type of energy right now. So if you're like picking up on that, like that has a bit to do with like this traffic jam that we've got right now. This traffic, I keep on calling it the traffic jam nostalgia factory that's happening right now between Pisces to Aries. Final card for today's spread between our Hangman in its reversal in combination with our Two of Swords in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? Yep, we've got our High Priestess. We've got our High Priestess energy, and it's in its upright. We love that there. This is exquisite. This looks beautiful. This is a beautiful, exquisite. It's yeah. Okay, so we're gonna talk about exquisite right now. And again, if you can't see today's spread, I would encourage you to go check it out on the Substack if you have the opportunity to, because I got to bring this back to the difference. The difference between perfect and exquisite. How do I explain this best? So we have to identify, exquisite is finding beauty in imperfection. Okay, exquisite is different than perfect because perfection demands perfection. Like perfection, I just need to stress this. Perfection demands that everything is like feels like it's in order, right? Everything feels like it's in order. But exquisite is actually finding the beauty in something that is not energetically perfect, right? It's finding the beauty in something that feels like it's rare, right? It is the understanding. It's holding rarity in the eye of divinity. It is seeing something that feels almost like an anomaly. It feels like something that gravitates to us because It's like the majesty of something that feels strange but is beautiful in that moment of strangeness, right? We often, and this is why we talk about, working in that context of uniqueness, we often see that those who have a quality to them that is unique, they don't necessarily embody perfection, but yet they are exquisite, right? Because it is the definition of a rarity of something that is so rarely found that it makes it feel even more beautiful. So that's why I keep on seeing that there's something really beautiful about the fact that this feels like it's Renaissance energy, because it is the definition of understanding that one must have a sense of perfection to be able to find the exquisite. That if you don't hold perfection in the standard of the self, then you don't see exquisite, right? Because it's like it's having, I keep on saying, the dual force of being able to identify and recognize perfection, but then also see the beauty of imperfection. That often feels like that connection point within the self, because we can appreciate both and find the harmony in between, right? And it doesn't feel like a choice. It feels like a harmonic, it feels like a harmonic, it feels like a harmony, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's almost something coming out of this energetic cycle that's helping others see and define the difference and the uniqueness, the value of perfection, but simultaneously and similarly, the beauty of exquisiteness. Not confusing the two, not fighting against, not pitting them against each other, but being able to embody, be able to build a deeper appreciation of something, both for how well it is perfect, like both in the space of something that feels like it's energetically perfect, but also in the grand gesture of beauty in seeing something that is again not perfect but exquisite because of its uniqueness. um, there was something, and that's happening across all of the frequencies right now. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. Bottom of the deck, Ace of Pentacles, right? So there's a lot of that work, and this is why, again, we have to heal from this. I keep on hearing the ability to appreciate beauty is found in us when we heal from the state of trying to find perfection. Because remembering that perfection is something we reach for, but we never find. It's the higher self, right? The sense of perfection is always looking at something and saying, it could be a little bit more perfect. It's an impossibility point. You can never reach perfect. It's a Zeno's paradox. The closer you get to it, the further it is, because you can always perfect something. But we don't need to be perfect. We can be exquisite. We don't need to find perfection, because as we reach for perfection and we fail to find it, we reach exquisite. So there's a lot of this work in terms of navigating and identifying this. And this is why I keep on seeing the reason that this is chariot energy is these are a lot of these energies that are coming together in partnerships right now and saying, I'm not looking for the perfect partner. I'm looking for the exquisite partner. I'm not looking for someone I demand things from. I'm looking for someone I build with. I'm not looking for someone to fix me. I'm looking for someone to fix things with. So that ability of doing so, this isn't the energy that's trying to find perfect. This is the energy that's trying to find someone to perfect with. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, this is why they're very heavy in Scorpio right now, because a lot of this energy coming into divine union right now says, in your eyes, I am perfected. In your eyes, I see my highest self. And that isn't the energy. And this is the energy that's healed enough. And sometimes we have those moments, right? Sometimes nothing's more tragic than when we deny the divinity that another sees within us, right? And there's a lot of that energy that may be coming into those spaces of looking back into context where they may have recognized that someone saw a divinity within them that they weren't ready to embody. But this is the energy that, again, works through the tragedy and the joy of navigating circumstances or situations where we find someone that through their love, we are able to see our higher self clearly. And that is the work that we often maintain in alignment, because it doesn't feel like we're building towards potential, because it is the potential that another person embraces. It is not feeling It's not feeling like someone's wrong. It feels like someone that sees what we are trying to achieve and finds us beautiful in that reach. While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union, deep within divine union right now, this is why I keep on seeing that a lot of that energy keeps on working. I keep on hearing the same thing, Taurus into Gemini. What is the Taurus into Gemini message? The exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, right? Which is articulating upon the difference, working through situations and circumstances and saying to someone, what you're finding from me isn't stubbornness, right? It isn't a refusal to grow. But sometimes when we hold firm on something, we want to articulate on it. We want to expound upon it. We want to share because we say it's not stubbornness. Because what do we say here? Stubbornness is dumb. Stubbornness is dumb, not in an insulting way. It means it's a dampener. It's trying to remove an ability of having to do something. The exquisite insistence that we feel in terms of something that we hold dearly to says, I'm happy to walk you through it. It's an ideal. We have to hold on to it, right? Like no matter what, right? But it's also that space that the guy, like the higher self is like, I'll tell you why it's important. The higher self is like, how much time you got? I'll do this all day. We'll do this forever. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here to receive it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my website. Please keep in mind, if you book a reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who participated in our recent class on the Justice card. Our next tarot class will be held on Wednesday, April 16th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be focusing our studies on the tarot with a focus on the Hangman card. I am so delighted to be able to teach this card with you guys. We are going to talk about the history of the card, the symbology. I'm going to work you guys through the way to read that card in every position you may find it. I'm also going to be presenting you a unique spread that you will just be able to receive in that class. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that class program, is become a paid subscriber to my Substack. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also have access to a over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up, though now is a great time to join, because if you wanted to catch up, you'd have about 2 classes to do every week before our next class. So it's a great time to join if you want to catch up, but it's not necessary. I'm going to do my best to give you guys a recap of everything we've studied thus far before starting the next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything that we are learning or currently have learned thus far. And if you decide to become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Archive. That's over 12 hours worth of class material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there. which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post any of my new offerings there as well. And speaking of offerings, on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings at a discounted rate so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased on an individual level or as a package. I do ask, if you purchase the package, that you make sure to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal, and I will utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming through to you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. We are going to get started on personal readings right now, but if you would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. Congratulations, Dayman. You got our highest gifter for today, and Rainbow, you got second. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, it'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I'm also going to be taking a photo of today's spread. If you would like to see today's spread, you can head over to my Substack and take a picture of it. I mean, I'm going to take a picture of it. You can't take a picture of it. I'm taking a picture of it for you. So you can go over there and you'll catch that photo. Hold on a minute as I take the photo. Please hold. There we go. Awesome. All right. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 31.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And welcome. And if you just missed the daily collective read, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where I keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. Hi there, everyone joining us over on the place where we keep the photos. Jay, hold on a minute, just reading over your comments. All right. Or what if it's protection, realizing the other party isn't capable of the needed change for positivity, or exhausted waiting? No, I mean, effectively, Jay, that's exactly what we were articulating in a lot of this read. Being able to disassemble something to understand what the source of the energetic conflict is. For a partner to align or see visions. You're so welcome. You see, oh, thank you. Yes, absolutely. You should always feel safe. You should always feel safe in a healthy, energetic partnership. And thank you as well. Hughes, I popped in on my lunch break, caught the tail end of the collective. Thanks for the messages. You're so welcome, dear. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day, and thank you for joining us here. Cassandra, I'm so glad to hear that you also received these messages, and thank you, Mother, for sharing the live. Call me Bunny, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you for those gifts, Jenny. Two Birds, thank you for sharing the live. Hi there, Tristine. Thank you for the compliment on art. The Art of Adulting, that's a great name. Hi there, Addie. Thank you for sharing the live as well. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Ivy. Elisa, ready for some new energy in my life. Tap to claim. Thank you again for those gifts, Dayman. Looking forward to our reading. Healing Female here. Tap to claim. Dayman, I feel like I landed in a gold mine of info. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment. Hi there, Amber. What's up? How are you doing today? DJ Eclipse on the knobs, like absolutely, Ryan. Thank you for sending me that meme. I need to watch that show. I've been told I need to watch it. You were just a reminder from the universe that I need to watch it. Amber, oh lol, thank you for prioritizing self-care. Eclipse cycle come down. You have to. Listen, don't, and here's the thing, these sometimes coming right out of the eclipse is worse than being in the eclipse. You know, it's rough. I have to take a call. No, absolutely, Bridget. Take your time, dear. Ryan, I showed up to work today and work was canceled. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Well, it was good that you showed up. I hope everything's okay. Kimmy, I know today I have been so triggered by the past stuff, and I'm like, no, this was the old me. Congratulations there, Kimmy. Darn, I got so much clarity about this eclipse cycle yesterday. You mean there's more coming? It's not, listen, it's not, mother, it's not that there's not more coming. It's that the thing is, and here's the thing, I like the best way I can describe this is, you know, the energy doesn't change just because the eclipse cycle's over. Like the eclipse cycle, I told you, it's like an amplifier. So we're still going through the Mercury retrograde with the Venus retrograde at the same time. We're still going through Neptune transiting out of Pisces into Aries. So, and sometimes, so just like, working through some of those feelings of energetic exhaustion now, it's not like, it's not, I mean, it's not like preparing for something different, but just kind of holding steady, if that makes sense. Jay decided to walk away. I didn't feel the love or respect, constantly being accused and treated like too much or not enough. Felt like they wanted my dysregulated self, focusing back on taking care of the self. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Jay, and I hope you find someone that you're in alignment to, that it feels like it's mutual and there isn't so much of that. It sounds like a lot, like it's a lot of what we've been reading for. Not allowing perfect, like understanding that perfect is not demanding perfect, but trying to work on how to make something perfect in connection. But thank you for being here, and thank you for receiving these messages, and thank you for sharing your story. It's not easy to make that decision in any context. And thank you as well. Hey there, Heather. Why do I always need to be the one on my best behavior? And me telling myself to do that. I know, listen, I know it's sometimes not easy, but you have to. It pays off in dividends, right? The guides never miss a thing. I'm telling you right now. Hi there, Fox. I'm here to learn and be guided. Thank you for being here, dear, and thank you for being a part of the collective. Welcome. Amber, I love your humor. Let's put it on the wall. That's what we do with it. Thanks, buddy. That's a why. Okay, I don't know why you decided to make that. I'm going to see him. He's in a different state. I'm sending you so much support. I hope everything goes well, Jenny. Thank you guys for supporting each other. And AV, thank you for sharing the live. This brought me so much comfort. I'm so glad, Emily. Thank you for being here and receiving it. Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Thank you for the heart, Jenny. Thank you, Heather, for the dolphins. Beautiful day to you as well, Per. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for confirmation, Yin Yona. Hope you're doing well as well. Hi there, Ryan. Hi there, Amber. Welcome. I'm a Libra, though. That's how a Libra puts it. Like, I'm a Libra, though. I love the fact that there's that though. And like, everybody's waiting. Like, I love that. You know, like I mean, I love Libra energy for that in that way. I always like to I describe Libra energy as like the dude. Like Libra energy is like the dude. You know, just like doing their best. When a Libra's in a good space, it's like whatever. Like, it's just it can be, it's like what does it take? You know? And Rainbow, standard ruler for temperance is Sagittarius, which is like evolved Sagittarius for sure. No, but you'll have to remember what we've talked about, Rainbow. One of the difficulties of Sagittarian cycles is learning that strength isn't gained in running away. It's finding an ability to be still and consistent, right? So yeah, I mean, like, I guarantee you tell a Sag that their card is temperance, and you're going to drive them nuts. You're going to drive them nuts. A Sag is like, how dare you? AV, thank you for sharing the live. Aries sound like a lovely sign. I'm a Virgo. Here's the thing. Aries are a nightmare. I'm allowed to say that. And Aries who are like, listen, Aries that know it, they're like, you know what I mean? They're like right here, right? Because here's the thing. I always point out the thing with Aries, much like with Sagittarius, like the lesson that Sagittarius often need to bring to situations is lessons are like a Sagittarius arrives saying, look how fast I can run, right? And a Sagittarius arrives at themselves where they say, I've learned how to stand still, right? Aries come in and they say, if you can't handle me at my best, you don't deserve, like, if you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. And when Aries arrive to themselves, they say, if you can't take me at my worst, I don't blame you. That shiz is ridiculous. I work on myself. It's all coming about. It's about having that moment where you're able to embody and work on the sign work and not lean into what the indulgence point of the sign work is. Hi there, Jakey. I think I got some good info last night that they're likely value partners who can be independent. Oh, I'm very happy to hear that, Heather. That sounds like a breakthrough to me. It is, though. Exactly. Thank you, Ian. People capable of taking care of themselves and taking care of one another. I do value doing that. Tap to claim, Heather. That's a beautiful thing. Defensiveness to me feels like being in survivor mode. Oh, no, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Right? Like, again, and often we talk about that. And here's the thing, like, we identify trauma in the sense that it brings things out in us that we would rather not see. Right? Like, so that ability of identifying and recognizing that, like, we often get defensive in from trauma environments, you know. They have an Aries series and Aquarius moon, and from what I looked at, that makes sense to me. That, I mean, I think that's, I mean, Aquarius moon is like so beautiful, man. Like, I just, again, it's just, it makes sense. You know what I mean? Talking about exquisite, it's beautiful. They have, like, I feel like Aries moon always have a really refined sense of taste. You know, that's like, it's like vinyl record. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you know, like it's always in that space of, like, it's like, again, they like navigate a lot of that, like, you know, refined Aquarius moon, refined taste. Thank you, Yin. Heather, balancing independence and interdependence, connection and freedom, tap to claim. Thank you, AV, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for confirmation, Yin. Thank you as well. Honestly, one of the things I'm learning to do is to do less, give them more space to be active, tap to claim, right? Beautiful message, Heather. I did all that I could to fix it, but still mourn the loss. That's okay. That is what we talk about, Elisa, with honoring our feelings, right? Thank you for the hashtags, Goddess. I appreciate you. Nikki, Scorpio moon can confirm, do not have trouble confronting the gross internally and transforming. I mean, you know, I mean, like, you know, Scorpio moon is like, Scorpio moon is like, I wonder how dark it gets. You know what I mean? Like, it goes on forever. Like, you know what I mean? That is not the problem with like, for a Scorpio moon, but that's beautiful, right? Like, you, like, again, I love Scorpios are, like, you know, the ability to navigate, like, the messiness of the self is such a gift that Scorpios have, you know. Thank you, Jenny. Feeling worn down and holding on to my energetic standard. Tap to claim, Elisa. Always synthesizing, Sin. Beautiful delicacy. It is. It's like very, it's like, it's lace energy, you know. You're not muted, synthesize. All right. Thank you, Jakey. Just keep at it to do what it takes. Exactly. Tap to claim, Elisa. Grand Rising Joy. And thank you as well. Amazing for the follow. And lovely. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I must be stuck deep in the traffic jam. It's okay if you feel like that right now, though, you know? We love a renaissance. I agree. I'm here for it, Ryan. I'm okay with the energy as long as it's in, like, it, as long as we move it in a positive direction, you know? Lovely card. Thank you, Jenny. Cassie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Intuition and insights incoming. Tap to claim. Perfection is unattainable. I mean, again, perfection, it's like, I don't like to describe it as unattainable. It exists in a space that it is perpetually out of grasp. We have to understand that. Perfection exists, is always out of grasp, right? That's why we work on perfecting. We don't work for perfect, we work for perfecting. Venus is back in Pisces, where it is exquisite. Okay, exalted. I like that. Yes, beautifully put, Heather. Thank you for those gifts. Erica, perfect. My parents expected perfect in everything from school to sports. It's so hard. And here's the thing, like, perfect is subjective, right? like when we always have that moment of looking for more, like, the like that in itself is something that we often need to correct for. I'm sending you so much support as you heal in that direction, Erica. The house motto was perfect practice makes perfect. I've had to do so much work around that. Yeah, I can see that's very demanding. I'm sending you so much support on that. But like, again, I think that your own ability of recognizing the fact that, I think that when we ask for perfection each other, like you're asking, like we recognize that's like asking the impossible, and I think that if you're doing that work to heal, like let this serve as affirmation to that. Blessings to you as well, Jay. Tapping to claim, Elisa. Thank you for that target, Elisa. Erica, I love the way you are explaining this because my guy is a Virgo and he struggles with wanting perfection. And it's often, listen, this is one of the hardest journeys that Virgos have to face. Aquarius have the same circumstance. Virgos arrive here, much like Aquarius, with a fixed ideal. They can see perfect, right? And it's hard for Virgos because often it's hard for Virgos to look around and not see things that they could perfect. It's very hard. Like, imagine looking around and everything you see is that's a little left off center. That's not exactly in the middle. Like, it can be very difficult. And again, the healthy energetic energy of Virgo is the Virgo understands that when they have compassion for the fact that that perfection is not a location, it's a cardinal direction. It's something that we reach for, but is always out of grasp. The minute that the Virgo starts bringing compassion to themselves, compassion all around them. One of the jokes I always notice with Virgo energy, Virgos don't pick this up. It's hilarious if you notice it. When Virgos enter a room, people will straighten up. They'll straighten their posture. Like, without even, like, Virgos never pick up on this because they just, like, again, they feel like everybody gets formal around a Virgo because it's almost like they got that aura. Like, it's like, it's like no, it's like, like your back straightens up without even meaning to, because like like they have that energetic aura around them that almost demand, like, it's like that quiet demand, like, it's really, once you see it, you'll never unsee it. It's like it's the greatest thing. Rainbow, do your best was my mom's catchphrase, which may not sound like perfect, but always my best. Exactly. I like do your best because, again, it's understanding that your perfect is your best. I love that, actually. So cool. Thank you, Sav. You're so welcome, Jenny. Appreciate you as well. Thank you. I appreciate you. I think you're amazing. Thank you, Fox. It's so kind of you. And thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. I got you, Lisa. You are number 1, 2. You're number 3 on the list here. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Sav, thank you for all the insight. Cool to hear explained and so helpful to know. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you for the reminder to stay gentle and hopeful. Yeah, you have to right now. Macy, thank you for the follow. Cinders, thank you for the follow. Erica, lost my manners again. No, you didn't. This reading and you look exquisite. Sam, thank you, Erica. I appreciate you. Grand Rising, Haley. You're so welcome. And thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. You're so welcome as well, Elisa. All right, friends, hold on a minute. Boop, boop, boop. Just lost my spot. Hold up, catching back up. Hi there. Yep, absolutely. All right. Hi there, Stormy. I'm glad I caught you too. You haven't seen me in a while. Make sure you got my notifications on. I'm an Aries. Is this good for me? It's good for you if you're an Aries who's worked on like being patient. Don't let yourself get triggered. The only thing I'm seeing right now with so much of this energy pushing up into Aries is like Aries, like not getting like, working through patience right now, not getting impatient. And for those with Taurus placements, not seeing red flags everywhere. I just ended a relationship because I kept doing wrong things, decided I deserve better. Sending you so much support on that journey, Stormy. And if you catch some of the daily collectives we've been doing, like we've been working through a lot of these processes right now. It sounds very much in alignment to what you're experiencing. Yes, this is still live, Jakey. Hi there, I'm a Libra. I'm the dude with a magic addiction and artificial intelligence fixation. That sounds cool and very Libra. I'm here for it. Welcome. Um, Hi there. That like everything you just like you just your even your like the ability to just like lay it like the like I like the like the elevator pitch of the self is very Libra. Oh, thank you, Jacob. That's kind of you to say. Hi there, Elizabeth. Thank you. You're so welcome, Story. I'm an Aries, total nightmare. Even I sleep with the light on. But that's the thing. Here's the thing about it. Like I got it, and that's why I think Aries are so funny because Aries have to laugh at themselves because they show up like if an Aries is healed, you show up like you're rebel without a cause. And then you realize that's the problem. You know what I mean? You're like, it's me against the world. And then suddenly you're like, oh wait, it's me against the world. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like, why am I making oh no, I was making things harder for myself than they needed to be. No. Hi there, higher. As an Aries, I've realized the only way to really heal is being honest about your parts because as a victim of abuse, I became toxic AF. AF. And that's the thing, man. Healthy warrior energy, right? It ends with me. Like Aries is like Aries understand like the good Aries like Aries is like I don't fight. Not that they can't fight. Aries are like I make it my mission that I don't have to fight. Like don't like it's not about proving the self. We were talking about yesterday how like Aries are the bully's bully. Aries love finding a bully. Aries love finding a bully more than anything in the world because Aries are always holding back their punch. So and Aries are always the strongest person in the room. They're always working not like to take it down a notch. So when they see someone like we talked a lot about the fact that one of the big lessons that was coming through during the Mars retrograde was being able to tell the difference between confidence and courage. Aries show up being able to see that. And when Aries see someone that is trying to be like trying to throw their weight around or trying to use force to feel better than themselves, Aries are like, I just like the Aries is like like Aries is like, oh goody. Like it's like Aries sun, Aquarius moon there. There you go. I'm telling you, man, Aquarius moon, they always got that refined taste. You know, it's that refined palate. So true. As an Aries, healing was my only possible calling out of all of my being. And that's the thing. Like when Aries realize that, they become like they become warriors, right? Aries enter as fighters and they move through their journey and become warriors, which is like I don't like I work on the self so I don't have to fight anymore. You know? It's been something that's for sure, but my messy lets me help others heal now. Exactly. Heavy placements in Chiron there. I'm back. Welcome, Bridget. Completely. I have so much more compassion because I can see the pain behind the actions. Have to claim Erica. Oh, that explains it so much. He's Virgo, Sun, Aquarius, Moon. Yeah, I'm telling you, Aquarius, Moon, like they're always, it's always that, like, it's a refined palette, you know? It's very refined taste energy. Interesting because Virgos are a mutable sign. They're King of Pentacles. I mean, you know, it's interesting for me because I sometimes make associations with sign work that are different than others. So, you know, I very frequently see Virgo energy much more akin to High Priestess energy, which is again like having to kind of work through the space of the ideals. But this is just my take on it. I always point out that I'm a little different, and I go through that in my classes. I have a little bit of a different perception in terms of how I astrologically read the cards. Um, but I can see it. I get it, Heather. Hi there, Jakey. Hold on a minute. For real, I've told my Virgo that I thought it was just him. I hyped him up on commanding a room. No, it's a Virgo thing. It's like people, it's like they can't even, it's like they're here. Like you know what I mean? It's like your back just straightens out. You know, it's like it's a I'm telling you, once you see it, you'll never unsee it. You know? Yes, I feel like that. Capricorns too. People tend to straighten up. Capricorns often carry an aura of sophistication. So like it's interesting because um it's working. It's not perfect. It's feeling someone who's come in the room who's sophisticated. So someone will try to look cool. Like when Capricorns come in, everyone tries to look cooler. You don't get back straight. You're like, I'm cool. I am also cool. Have you noticed how cool I am? Versus Taurus in the fixed earth sign, which does not make sense. Determined. I don't, I find, I associate, I often associate, I often associate Taurus with, with King of Pentacles energy, right? It's like, it is like, it's a lot of, it's working in that context of just, um, like the desire to be grounded and comfortable and energetically, right? Like when in a healthy space. But it's often like the thing with Taurus work is often um, like working in the space of not looking for comfort, but making everything comfortable, right? Like creating like Taurus have this ability when they find themselves to create a space, you know what I mean? Like to make like to kind of like cultivate an environment where others feel comfortable. But first they have to navigate their own discomfort to do so, right? It's interesting. Hi there, Jakey. Then Capricorn leads the way into winter, cardinal energy, Queen of Pentacles. Yep. I mean, again, it's interesting too because like, and again, we go into the like when you take my classes, I go through working with you through my astrological associations with the signs, with the cards, which, as I said, differs a bit. But I like the fact that I always like to see other systems to identify what works with mine versus what's different. In air, Gemini is mutable, shifts spring into summer, King of Swords. I mean, I agree. There's definitely a good vibration. I always look at Gemini as a Two of Pentacles, personally. Aquarius is fixed, hold down the heart, Knight of Swords. Yeah, again, I'm not big on the Knight of Swords with the Aquarius energy. You're so welcome, Jacob. Hi there. Hold on a minute. Dana, Leo Sun, Aries Moon. You fight for the things you care about. Aries are always holding their punch back right on spot. Yeah, absolutely. But again, I'll tell you right now, the trigger word for you is you can't talk to them like that. You know, like I would be very surprised if you're not doing something where you aren't protecting others in some capacity in your day life. Heather, Libra leads the way into it. Cardinal balance, pumpkin spice, apple cider, Queen of Swords. I like that. Foxy, my partner is a Scorpio moon. I'm going through it with his secrecy. As a Sag moon myself. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, they've got to find a way to communicate upon it. And that's the thing. Like, and here's the thing that can be so frustrating with a Sag and a Scorpio is Scorpios are secretive about things that Sages are like, you didn't have to be secretive about that. Like the thing about like things that like Sag and Scorpio can sometimes drive each other nuts because Scorpio is secretive with the things that like Sag is just like that's not a big deal. Like there's no reason to be secretive about it. And Scorpios are like, like it can be very difficult between a Sag and Scorpio partnership for that reason, you know? Like they're like Scorpios often have to do a lot of work in trying to work in the context of feeling comfortable with the self, right? Hi there, Bridget. I would think that would be Leo. I'm cool. Look at me. Here's the thing, Leos, I gotta stress this, and this is the thing about it. Um, you know, like Leos, it's not so much trying to be cool. It's it's I mean, again, I'm also like it's hard for me because I'm like the forest is close to the trees here. But like the thing about it is like Leos are just and that's what we talk about with the fact that others it's like they command it creates different like depending on the sign work, it can either be like delightful or triggering for for a Leo to enter a room for another energetic sign, because it like Leos often bring a morale into things. And if someone isn't feeling like they want their morale roused, it can sometimes feel triggering for another to see a Leo, is the best way I can describe it. Leos are morale boosters, you know? Like I keep on like that's the thing. It's like, hello. It's like, um and like that's the thing. Like Leos are not cool because being cool is being laid back. And I challenge you. I challenge you to find a single laid back Leo. Maybe, like even like it's it's hard. Um I'm a Taurus and I'm crazy cool. My childhood BFF was a Cap. Tauruses are cool. Like Tauruses are like can be a lot of that like, NFG kind of energy. Like when you're just like, because you're not looking like often like I like to point out a good Taurus energy is one that's not looking for external validation. Right? If you're a Taurus and you're not looking for external validation, you become like the coolest person ever. You know what I mean? Like you are so cool. Like you are the coolest of the cool. But the hurdle is you have to get over the external validation bit. you know, you have to stop seeing the red flags everywhere. Hold on a minute. Rainbow. Astrology can be interesting tool for finding your style. Oh, I completely agree. No, I really love Cat Moon style. I mean, Cat Moon is heavy stuff though. Like Cat Moon is like the thing is like Cat Moons carry a lot on them. Cat Moons have been through stuff, you know? But there's a lot. No, I agree. There's a lot of elegance in a Cat Moon. Couldn't agree more. Hi there, Gemini. I love Gemini. Geminis are like, defy definition. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. It's like the Swiss Army knife energy of the zodiac. It's like everyone. It's like whatever. Like you'll never meet two that are alike. You know what I mean? It really is like your wild card. Elizabeth, I'm a Scorpio moon and I can be tight-lipped about negative feelings with my Sag partner. It can be, and that's the thing about it. Like what's hard about it is like Sages take it personally when somebody's holding something that they feel like they could just tell them. Right? And so it's really important as someone with the Scorpio moon saying, I know that I could tell you, but it's not about me not being able to tell you. It's being able to find the words for something, like helping someone understand that you're not secretive because you don't think that you can say something to someone, but the fact that you're being secretive because you're not ready to articulate it. So make sure that you're clarifying that. That can help a lot with those connections, because Sages, I'm telling you, Sages hate secrets. Like they hate them because they don't have secrets. Like Sages are like Leos. They're like, what's a secret? What's a secret? Thank you, Addie, for sharing the live. King, scene chill Leos all the time. What about your inner world prevents you from seeing them? It's not, here's the thing, I need to point this out. It's not, when I say not chill, I mean that chill as in like warm. Like it's not like we were talking about chill or cool. Like Capricorns give off a cool vibe. The cool, like the color, like something withdrawn, something pulled back. A lot of that like mystique being like, what's going on with them? Leos are like Leos are cool in the space of being like, they're natural. You know what I mean? They're inhabiting their naturality to a place. Like it feels more like I like to describe it as like being comfortable, right? There's a comfortability that doesn't feel like it's cool. It feels like a warmth, if that makes sense. Curious about my rising. Oh, Aries. Taurus. Taurus with RB face. Yeah, there's a lot of Taurus who have RB face and Capricorns. Taurus and Capricorns with the RB faces. Batty is Taurus. Batty is Taurus are so cool. I'm a Cappy. Yeah, but here's the thing: like Taurus become, and here's the clincher. Taurus becomes super cool when they let go of the need for external validation. right? It's like that, but it's like it's hard because like often it's hard for tourists because what do tourists often have? They see red flags everywhere, right? It's like it's finding a lot of that space of stability. It's finding the self, the anchor within the self. Cat moons try to share a funny story from their childhood, and then everyone just stares in horror. Exactly, exactly, exactly. Scorpio moon here too. Scorpio moons are like, I love. Here's how I define a Scorpio moon. I was just kidding. Unless you're into that sort of thing. I was just kidding. Unless you're into that sort of thing, in which case, find me later. Like it's like that is Scorpio moon. Autumn. I just learned I'm a Libra sun, Pisces moon, which makes sense. That's a beautiful combination because you're probably very invested in keeping the peace at all costs. Mackie, I'm a Libra sun, Cap rising, Cap moon. Oof, double Cap energy. I love that double Cap energy. Currently on a month-long solo road trip to heal. Yeah, you've got a mission. You don't do anything. You don't do anything halfway. Oh, thank you, Macy. That's really kind of you to say. I wish my Sag could have a few secrets sometimes. Oh, you cannot. Sages are terrible with secrets. They can't. Like it's like they're like Leos like that, you know? Like Sag is the funniest thing you'll ever see is trying to ask a Sag to keep a secret. You'll just like if you want to just entertain yourself, give them something that you know that they could tell anyone and be like, don't tell anyone, and then just watch them like lose. They're like, ah! Like they can't do it. Also quit my RN job and had an insane breakup prior. Oh, well, I'm sending you support right now, Macy. I hope the breakdown's leading to a breakthrough. Um, when people hold on a minute, when people ask me how I'm doing, I'm like, do you really want to know? Exactly. Yes, they can't handle the truth. Very much so. Wow, Aries sun, Aries rising. Hope this energy is treating you. Yeah, that's the. No, I'm not me. I'm not Aries sun. Thank you as well, Tay. All right, friends, we're gonna get started on personal readings. If you'd like to get on the list for today, I'll be the sixth person read for. The first person we're reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, dear, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. All right. Yes. Hold on a minute. Yes, ma'am. Pain into power. So happy I stumbled upon you. I'm so glad you did as well, dear. Thank you for joining us. Woohoo! I emailed you. Oh, you emailed me the past life reading. Yes, I love it. Hold on a minute. So guys, just to give you some insight, we do past life readings here. We do dream interpretation readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do love readings. We do mediumship readings. So what we're doing here is Bridget has a past life reading. Now, the way I do past life readings is a little bit different how others do past life readings. I don't get so much focused on the details, but we look at the journey work that was occurring in the past life to understand the carryover into this one. So we're going to be observing that. I'm just going to pull up. Bridget, do I have permission to read what you sent me? Just let me know if I have confirmation on that. Okay. Bridget, where'd you hold on a minute? I gotta find where you sent it. Please hold. Yes, thank you for confirming, dear. I got it. All right, cool. All right, so we're gonna start. I'm gonna read this over, and just a reminder to those joining us, we're at 36K likes right now. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And if anyone else wants to get on the list for today, you will be the 6th person read for. Also, if you are joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so via the tree that has links in it in my bio. Okay, so the past life reading we're doing right now for Bridget, past life session that they recently had. So this was a past life regression that we're going to get some insight on. The air is warm and windy. I can feel the anticipation of a storm. I'm standing with a group of people, both masculine and feminine. No particular order or pattern. I'm a young woman in this life. My palms are cupped in front of me. I'm wearing a cloak of some kind. I can move my arms freely. We're in a field of sorts with trees and luscious overgrown grass, but there's water somewhere, like a big body of water, almost like we are getting on a cliffside. My feet are barefoot and we are calling in the storm. I'm pulling up energy from the earth and directing it where to go. This is my job. Like it's just a regular job. It's like a regular day. People are aware we are doing this. I'm getting really hot while drawing up this energy. It's also new for me. Like I've only done this a handful of times. I'm excited and constantly peeking through my eyes to see if the storm is coming. I like that. But I know it's coming. I can feel we are restoring the balance. This is not modern times. It feels really, really old. Yeah. I have to mention, I've been dreaming of storms since I was a little girl and always felt a strange peace when they roll in. Okay, I love this. Okay, so it sounds to me like we're trying to get indications on the path work from the last life, where things left off and how it's integrating into the new one. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to draw 2 cards. And thank you, Bridget, for being the first person on the list for today. You'll have an additional card. I'm going to draw 2 cards about a lot of the work where you came into the past life, how you entered it, a lot of the work that you're currently doing in this life, and the message from the highest self about the correlation between the two. Can I please get 2 cards, please? 2 cards, please, for Bridget in relationality, the connection of the past life, please. Thank you. That was very easy. They're stuck together. Can I please get 2 more in relationality to how it relates to this one? Thank you. And can I get 1 more in relation to the guidance from the higher self in terms of the connection between these 2? Thank you. All right. So let's talk about this. Oh my gosh. Whoa. Nice. So let's take this as confirmation. This was a big deal. Like this was a big energetic deal. Like I know you traveled a lot. You traveled a lot doing this. You didn't stay in a single location. This was something like it was requiring you, like I keep on saying, like you had to go where the business was needed. So I feel like and it's saying to me that there was something about that, like you were I keep on hearing you were an energetically sacred vessel to a certain extent, which means there was a lot of that work in relationality to appreciating you, and like it was I keep on hearing it was not a bad life. It was not a bad life. I keep on getting the message. It was not a bad life, which is funny because typically I would sometimes read into past lives and I'm like, oh, but this one was you did it was smooth sailing to a certain extent. Oh, and so like I feel like there's something really important in this because they're saying like I keep on hearing you were heralded, and the reason they're saying that you were heralded, and it's really important that they're using the word heralded, because heralded means that you were called for and others heralded your arrival, right? The word heralded means that you were someone that if there was a circumstance, they'd say, we better call, like they didn't have phones. So they'd say, we need to call blah, 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 like blah, blah, blah is the person we need to call to fix this. I've heard word that they're blah, 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 and someone would go find you. That's why there's a chariot here. Some people would go on journeys to figure out where you are to bring you to them, right? And you were heralded because it would be like announced that you were arriving, right? So I keep on hearing the fact that you were a heralded figure, which is it is a very unique and specific honorific, because it says that you not only did something, but you had to constantly, perpetually travel around in order to do it. I keep on hearing you are a steward of the earth, right? Which is why you would go to the places as needed, right? Like an earth doctor is what I'm hearing. Now let's look at the connection point in relationality to this one. Oh, Lordy, Lord. What a difference a life makes. I just want to show you the comparison point here, right? A lot of the reason that things are so much difficult is I see that there's still that tenacity. There's still that ability to try to heal the earth. The earth here, look at the earth here. The earth here was well tended. The earth here, the energy of those around you was mindful of the energy in the earth. And here I keep on seeing it feels difficult because the earth is poisoned, right? There isn't a care. There isn't, it's like the energy of the earth that's in energetic neglect. So there's something really valuable and important to say that that effectively, they're actually saying you still have that, you still have this ability. Like what they're basically saying. They're saying you still have this ability, but often you feel the sickness of the area that you're inhabiting. It's very important for someone with an energy like this to be in a place where the earth is well tended, because the energy of the earth has a very, like I keep on hearing, it has a deleterious impact on your etheric aura because you're so deeply energetically connected to it. So that's a note for you to take with you. Sometimes you're not feeling bad because you're feeling bad. Sometimes I keep on hearing, I know it's going to sound a little wild, but sometimes you feel bad because the earth is not feeling great that day. Um, bottom of the deck on this energy, and this is the higher self connection. You are. I want you to kind of identify. You're an earth healer. It's giving me Demeter energy. It's giving me someone who has a lot of deep connection to the conditions of the earth. So I feel like a lot of that, they keep on saying your assignment has never changed. The difficulty with an assignment of this nature is that it's harder. It's harder now more than ever. It was great. Like it was great back in the day, right? Because again, when we understand and identified and recognized, I keep on hearing when we identified the sanctity of the stewardship of the energy of the earth, then your position was energetically sanctified. That you were effectively, I keep on hearing, you were an earth doctor, right? You would be called in. Listen, you weren't, they're, I need to stress this. They're just walking me through this. You didn't create the storm. You told the earth it needed a storm, right? You were calling, it's very important. They're saying you weren't creating it. You were calling it in. You were communicating with the earth, right? You weren't like storm. You weren't making the storm. You were saying, hey, storm, over here. You're going, oh, a little to the left. A little to the, yeah, right there. Good job. Keep it up. Like they were saying that was what you would do. Like you built a healthy relationship with the nature of the earth, that the earth like chatting to you. So when you taught, like when you did this, you would basically talk to the earth and you would say to the earth, hey, could you please bring a storm over here? We could really use one. Like, like, and so that's like, it says to me that it's hard because a lot of that space is you also helping to heal the earth by holding space to understand and listen to the pain of the earth. Like a lot of this is hearing, like they keep on hearing, you can almost hear the earth sob. You can hear the fact that the earth is saying, like, what are they doing to me? Why are they doing this? So I think that there's something really valuable, important, because there's, the higher self is saying your job is here. You have, I got to point this out. I need to stress this. I always think this is interesting. Sometimes we go through path work and we change, right? Sometimes especially for old soul energy, we don't change so much. Sometimes the work gets harder. So I feel like there's a lot of that space that says, like, it's interesting because they're saying you haven't really changed assignments. You're working still in that assignment. It's just hard because never has the assignment been so desperately needed and ignored, is what I hear. Thank you. Bottom of the deck on this energy right now. Yeah, they're saying that, like, there's something about this. There's something about it's a pain. It's hard because they're saying even there, you would still be very good in terms of intuitively knowing and being able to call something in terms of how to heal an area or situation. So I think I want you, like, it says to me, like, there's something about building that channel of communication, or something that you might want to look into in terms of making sure that you will feel more stable in places of being able to connect and attune to the earth, right? because there's something about that like when you guys aren't communicating, like it feels like something's off, and you're gonna feel off. You're not gonna be, some energy, like not all energies like this. Some energy is not as connected to the earth. You're always gonna feel a little you're always gonna feel a little disconnected to the earth. I keep on hearing, if you're not able to put your feet in the dirt. So I want you to like make sure that you're prioritizing having like nature walks, having spaces that you can communicate. They're saying that channel is never lost. It's always there, depending on like your own ability to cultivate and care for it. So thank you so much, Bridget, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Cassandra. Cassandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, it'll be the 5th person read for. All right, just going to take a minute to read over. Also, friends, we are at 37.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Hold on a minute, just reading over. Ma'am, pain into power, absolutely. Sorry. Oh, thank you so much, Tay. That's really kind of you to say. Thank you for confirmation, Bridget. Addie, thank you so much for sharing this with us. I know, thank you so much. Honestly, it's such, again, whenever you guys share your dreams or your past life stories, it's such a gift. I always am very deeply grateful that you allow us to be here to read for them and to share them. Thank you as well, Sana and Bridget. I'm driving, but I just need to say, wow, wow, wow. I know, right? Like these cards, man. Like this was like a gut punch for me. Like this is a gut punch. Gosh, I feel such resilience with this. Thank you, Bridget. And Lil Curious, thank you for the follow. Yes, like the earth is crying. Like, yeah, like look, you see that, like, do you see the difference? You know, like what, like I see them, like I see the earth, like it's saying, what is happening? Why are you doing this? Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable too. It's like it gave me chills reading for it. I do, yeah. We were doing a past life reading here, Addison. So I always like to point out when I'm doing past life readings, I'm not so much going to go into the details of the life itself, but talking about the transition point between the past life work and the work of the present. I will also point out, if you're ever looking for a good person to read for past lives, I know a great past life regressionist. You're so welcome, Tay. I could never explain. It was just something innate. Well, yeah, I mean, let this serve as confirmation. And what's interesting is they're saying nothing's changed. Like it's not. Nothing is like, sometimes we get new assignments. You've been working on this one. What an amazing read. Goosebumps all over. Exact same. That was amazing. So powerful. Thank you for sharing. Agreed. Hi there, Cassandra. Here, I'm looking for guidance on my path around creativity and healing. I love that. Beautiful question. Can I please get 4 cards for Cassandra, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. I feel like you had a breakthrough on something. What was this? This feels like it came within like the last few days. Well, come back here. Hold on, I've got a rogue card. Right, that's important. And Cassandra, can I get 3 more cards, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Oof. Yeah, I feel like you're not holding things so preciously. Good is better than perfect. Don't let perfect stand in the way of done. Man, like here's the thing, you got it. And I mean, I'm gonna be like I'm going to be a little hard on you on something. Don't be, you've got to stop comparing yourself to others right now. You have got, listen, like, I have to stress this, the amazing power of staying in your lane. What does staying in your lane mean? Okay. Like, staying in your lane means not comparing yourself because here's it's interesting because they're literally showing me someone driving. And I want you to think about when we are trying to do something and the whole time we're doing it and we're looking at another car without even intending to, our car starts to veer. Right? It's like you ever notice that when we turn our attention to something, our car starts to veer, right? And they're saying they want you to think about it like that. Because I keep on seeing that there's some kind of path work here where you were trying to say to yourself, "Oh, I can't do that because I'm not good enough." What good enough to what? Good enough to what? Like that, like, it's like, um, you know, there, and I have to say this, it's like embracing, like I have to say, like the path work to your creativity right now is embracing your catastrophe. Like, I want you to write that down somewhere. Your guys are going to say, embrace your catastrophe. And that doesn't mean that they want you to like not try, but they're saying that there's something, remember that art is the process of another person learning their process. Art is the embrace is the journey of embracing our catastrophe, because often when we're done doing something, we say that's an absolute nightmare. And someone says, how much? I love it. How much for it? Right? Like, that's what I keep on seeing. I keep on seeing something where you're done and you're like, this looks like garbage. And another person says, it's perfect. Right? Like, that is what it is. It's embracing the catastrophe. It's often feeling like we completely bludgeoned what we were intending to do. And another person sees it because they're not holding it to the standard within our head. And they say, it's perfect. I love it. I want 20 of them. Right? So I want you to think about that. I don't want you to think about your work right now is finding perfection. I want you to heal from the perfection by saying your responsibility in your art right now is embracing catastrophe. You're going to hate it. You're going to hate it. It's okay. It's not for you. Your art is not for you to like. It's for others to your art is not for you to like. It's for others to like. It's not for about if you've got high standards, again, it's giving me a lot of this, like, an artist never finishes their work. They merely abandon it. And then the next time they do better. Right? Like, it's like an artist doesn't say it's perfect. They go, I'm sick of doing this. I'm done. It's like the call of the artist is not saying, it's perfect, it's finished. It's, I'm sick of this. I will vomit if I have to look at this for one more second. No, I'm not happy with it, but it is what it is. It's like, whatever that is, and that's often, like, that is how we honor our creativity, which means that we modulate the fact that when we have vision, it always feels like we're failing in communicating it. And I keep on seeing here, I don't know who this person is. I mean, I don't know if this is a mentor. I don't know if this is someone that you hold in high esteem. You know, it, and I keep on, and here's the thing, you know, like, I keep on seeing, it's like, I keep on hearing, I feel like you're experiencing or entering that place, that often we have in relation to creativity, that feels like that point in freestyling. And I need to point this out too. A good energetic creative mentor for you is not going to say you have to do things exactly the way I do them. They're gonna be in a space where they want to see what you can do, right? They're gonna want you to build. I keep on hearing build with them, not for them, is coming through. I don't know why this is important, but they're saying this. A good energetic a good mentor for you is going to want to build with you, not for them, right? That I keep on seeing that active collaboration that feels like you are like walking together instead of following behind. Um, so I feel like that's really important because I do feel like there's something that you're doing right now as it relates to a creative vision that requires you to have to like articulate upon your voice. And I got to tell you, what is the song that a visionary hears? The song of a visionary all around them is you're doing it wrong. Like the song that the visionary hears every step of the way is not like that. What are you doing? Stop doing it that way, right? Because it's like you got, and what does the visionary say? Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute, right? So I want you to think about that. It's not, it's not, don't compare yourself to another if you're doing something exceptional, you know? Don't feel the weight of another's opinion. So like I keep on hearing your guides say, like they're saying respectfully, lovingly, like like eyes on your own assignment. Stay in your lane. Don't worry about doing something better or worse. Do it as you. That's what makes it unique. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with this sun card and it's upright. I think that there's some I keep on hearing there's something about you embracing the catastrophe, right? Like finding I keep on hearing finding the beauty in the mistake, right? Like not feeling like you have to scrap something if it's not perfect, but finding something, some way to elevate it because it's not. So they're just saying let that like let that be. I keep on hearing let it be a silly place. And why are they saying let it be a silly place? Because if you're seeing something that isn't perfect, like that often feels like the different I keep on hearing the difference between embarrassed and silly is the joy that we bring to something, right? So I keep on hearing that like you basically embracing a difficulty point becomes a source of joy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Cassandra. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for here on these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. We are also at 44. Oh, thank you, Bridget, for that. I love that. I love that fish. We are also at 44 K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. Our list is nice and short right now if you'd like to get on the list. All right. Mike, thank you for the follow, dear. Ramon, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. All right. I got the likes. Oh, thank you, Davan. I missed it. What did you miss, Dava? You're so effortlessly funny. I do. Thank you. I do my best. Just know. Yes. Oh, Ava, if you missed the Daily Collective, it'll be up on the place where we keep the videos later. Cassandra, oh, it's my writing, and I've been embracing the catastrophe. I love that. Tap to claim. Yes, I felt like this looks like garbage. Yes, thank you for confirmation. And Mike, thank you for the follow again. Absolutely, thank you. I needed to hear it outside of myself, but I already know. Well, Ellen, I'm so glad this message helped. Write that down somewhere, right? Like, again, write it down. Like, that's your mantra. I'm embracing the catastrophe. It like that. Like, that is the vibe it's going to be in as you move towards perfection. Hi there, Lay. Welcome. Lou, love. All you need to do if you'd like to have a reading, dear, is send the donation via my tree that has links in it in my Lio, and you'll be added to the list. You'll be the 4th person read for. Lovely. If you want to find out how to connect this to the phone, there are so many. Just go search, go search Yeti Mike, and you'll find a bunch of you'll find a bunch of tutorials that'll tell you much better than I could ever possibly tell you. So I hope that helps. All right, second call right now for Lisa. Second call right now for Lisa. If Lisa has stepped away, the next person on the list for today is Dayman. Congratulations on winning our highest gifter. Thank you so much for those gifts during the reading. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would care to get on the list today, you'll be the third person read for. And thank you, lovely, for the roses. Appreciate you. Second call right now for Dayman or for Lisa. General reading for Dayman. Got you. Can I please get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Dayman. Highest party messages from the spirit, please. Highest party messages from spirit. What on earth is this? I mean, this, here's the thing. Like that's, like this, again, this feels very much like the reading that I was giving for the energy deep within divine union, which is, I'm just going to say it again, and I'm going to kind of go into detail on it, which is I feel like you're doing a lot of work on working on the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, right? And what does it mean? Like often when we have those moments that we're working through, which is having to identify the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, is feeling those moments that we're energetically challenged, and we say, "Did I stutter?" Like there's a little bit of this space here I kind of see that you're having to navigate, which is like I see, like, and I feel like you letting off steam to someone, and I almost see you saying like I don't know how to explain to you that you need to care. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot. It's like it's interesting too because it's like my hands are on my hips like that. I see you, like I see you energetically or spiritually with your hands on the hips. That it's just like, and sometimes in those moments, I need to stress this. Like we have these moments that feel like it's like your brain wants to climb out of your head because you're like when something is so important, when something is so integral that it feels like and I gotta stress this. I feel like I don't want you getting disillusioned right now. I don't want you to get disillusioned because you know and I want you to understand, and I got to tell you this, and because I can see you like wrestling with something, and wanting to lose hope in things, and if you're feeling the sense of losing hope, like the reason that the way that spirit wants to bring some compassion in is, and I'm just going to say this to you, and I feel like I know it's going to be painful, but I think it's going to help you see something in a different way. Fear is a powerful drug. Fear is a powerful drug. Fear is a powerful drug. I know. And when we work to heal, the more we work to heal, like more and more we recognize and understand that. And often when we have those moments, when we see someone doing something that feels like it's unreasonable, that feels like it's illogical, that feels like it literally doesn't make a lick of sense, what does spirit say? Fear, right? Fear makes us do unreasonable things. Fear makes us do things that literally makes no sense. And that's why when we are taking care of ourselves, it's not that we don't feel fear. It's that we do the work in confronting our fear to understand and recognize what feels like it is important, right? We understand the fear that articulates, right? And again, it's the difference between the fear that says that runs for cover, which is the fear that says that is about protecting the exquisite insistence of the sacred knot, which is again understanding that what separates us from animals, what separates us from being entirely in our ego, is who we recognize ourselves to be. And when someone is too filled with fear, they lose the ability to see themselves. They lose the ability to see spirit in others. All they see around them, and this is why we have to heal our fear, because when we don't heal our fear, all we see around us is fear. And when we work to heal, then we try to help others see themselves more clearly. And it's hard work. It's painful, right? It often feels like you, again, sometimes being the voice of reason in those moments, it feels really difficult. But and I gotta say, like sometimes in those spaces, and this is what's so impossible, and the guides are kind of saying this to you to help you like move your energy in places that it feels like it's helpful. Remember that if someone is in a space of energetic trauma, if someone is in a space that they're not making any sense, if someone is in a space that they are literally conducting from a place of fear, until they're able to recognize that that is occurring, there is no amount of logic that you can bring into a circumstance or situation that's going to fix it. You cannot bring a lack of logic, you cannot bring logic into an illogical situation until someone is ready to recognize the fact that they are conducting themselves from a space of fear. So they're actually saying, like, put your effort where it feels like it matters and don't get into battles that are impossibility points. Because if someone is being illogical and you're putting logic to it, you're going to, you know what I mean? Like there's no, it's like if you recognize that they're not operating from a space of logic, you can just say to yourself, they are too afraid to see clearly, right? Let those with eyes, let them see. And I kind of want you to like, and you have to, and again, sometimes those moments are awful because the best thing you can do is step away. Moving away from someone that is allowing their fear to consume them is sometimes the best thing you can do to help them realize and recognize what is happening. I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind going forward. You know, I can see some kind of space here. Like, again, I can see some kind of space where I see you like looking at a situation or circumstance, trying to identify and recognize if there's more that you can do. If you are leaving a situation that you've tried to fix and all another person is doing is trying to project onto you, I don't want you to look at that as abandonment. If you've given, I need to stress this, if you've given someone the map, if you've given someone the flashlight, if you've told them the work that is necessary to be able to find you, that is not abandonment. That is not abandonment, right? Don't let someone switch. If somebody has been in that space where it's like you've been trying to build forth and everything they've done has been coming into a space of, requiring you to kind of put forward, don't let them say that you're energetically abandoning them. Because what you're saying is like, you're saying like, I'm willing to meet you, but you have to do the work to find me, right? It's like it's like you have to find yourself in order to find me. Like it says to me, like there's a lot of that space you have to say, and I want you to heal from that. And I keep on hearing, if you've given someone the map, if you've given someone the flashlight, if you've told them as long as you can do these things, I'm just going to be over there. That's not abandonment. That's giving someone the tools they need to be able to find themselves. Because again, our job is not to save each other from ourselves. Our job is to save ourselves for each other. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Dayman. And if this is a message that connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on everything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is, I'm still looking for Lisa. Is Lisa here? We're waiting for Lisa. If not, Heather is next. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And if anybody wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list. We are also at 49.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Thank you, Victoria, for getting on the list. You will be read for after Rainbow. All right. All right. Morning, Lay. I remember when I first found you and you were talking about being somebody life, and I was like, what? Listen, the owl does not the owl doesn't isn't a big fan of certain words. You know, we do our best. We do our best to appease the owl. Lol, Sin, that face always kills me. Thank you, Alice. I have no poker face. I have no poker face. I've just accepted it at this point in my life. I am a Leo. This is resonating so much. Thank you, Ava. Yep. Thank you, Sana. Bridget, yes. And fear holds us back from doing the things. Tap to claim. So true. Thank you, Maris. Such a powerful reading. Thank you for receiving it, Addison. Holding compassion from a distance. Tap to claim. Rainbow, I did a ritual this morning around giving opportunity and choice to open hearts. Mine as much. What an incredible ritual. What a beautiful ritual. What a beautiful open manifestation. I've had a lot of fear and trust wounds, trying to have fresh eyes and discernment. Continue to do that work, Rainbow. Naked. The only reason I don't believe in this stuff is because I'm saying, that's okay, Naked. You don't need to believe in it for it to be true. Stop exploiting. Okay. Again, I think it's interesting that you clearly have a lot of anger directed towards me. I hope you have a better day. I'm not sure what's got you in this mood, but you're welcome to stay. There's something that drew you in here, as long as you can be courteous and polite. The only rule you have to have here is you have to be nice. Thank you. Thank you as well, Maris. You're so welcome, Dayman. And it's always the only and thank you as well. I don't have a poker face either. I just need to point out, sometimes I'm giving certain readings and there's more of the reading happening. So let that be further confirmation on the reading as well. Thank you guys so much. Okay. All right, friends. So we're continuing right now. Next person on the list for today. Second call right now for Lisa or Rainbow. Lisa or Rainbow, are you here, please? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the second person read for. If Lisa or Rainbow aren't here, the next person on the list for today is Victoria. And Bella, heads up, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, dear. Oh, I've got you, Rainbow. Hi, Bella, how are you doing today? Again, Naked, if this isn't the place you desire to be, you can always go somewhere else. And I'm going to go ahead and mute you because, again, you're coming in here with a lot of projecting energy. You're obviously having a lot of feelings. Nothing here is hurting anyone. You don't have to choose to be here. And if this is bothering you, you can always go somewhere else. I hope you heal from whatever's hurting you right now that's forcing you to project that anger onto others who you don't know. Again, you're always welcome here if you're able to come back in a courteous and nice way. Thank you so much. All right, let's continue. Guys, apologize for that disruption. Okay. Looking right now, seeking guide. I got you, Heather. I'm seeking guidance and wisdom. And again, Damon, I just want to include another reading on this because this is important. Don't get triggered right now. There's something about that that's coming through in your reading as well. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you're going through something, I don't care who started it. You don't like, don't let someone provoke you into a space that you don't desire to be in. Like there's something about inner child healing in terms of understanding that you don't have to talk to anyone. You get to choose who you get to talk to, is what I keep on hearing. Like, remember that is also inner child healing. Thank you so much for being here and receiving that message, Damon. And thank you for those gifts during the reading. All right. All right, I'm doing a reading now for Heather, seeking guide. Oh, and we reached 50K. Thank you guys. All right, seeking guidance and wisdom on creating emotional safety within myself, helping me, BFF, and daughter. Absolutely. What a beautiful message. Can I please get 4 cards, please, for Heather? Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Heather need to know in terms of creating a healthy emotional and safety, a healthy, emotionally safe environment? Thank you. Oh, these are beautiful. So I think that one of the things I keep on seeing right now is, I'm not sure where this is coming through, but I keep on hearing the terms emotional regulation. And I need to stress this because I feel I've got some kind of energy. I've got some kind of energy. Okay, so I'm going to work you through something right now, which is, it says to me, I keep on hearing the reason that it feels like emotional regulation is helping someone understand the difference between feels good and is good, right? Like there's something really important that I see that you're working through right now in the space of, and I keep on hearing, there's no, there's just why. Why do I keep on hearing there's no, there's just why? Because I keep on hearing no is a blank slate, right? Often we create environments where another person asks us of something, we say no, and then we just feel the vibration that it feels like it's energetically unfair. And, you know, one of the things that helps is when someone feels that point where they're really, really, really frustrated because something that they desire, they're reaching a no on, the ability to explain the reason why a no is a no will always be supportive of helping to regulate something, because it is the explanation by which to say and to say, show another and say, I know that something seems unreasonable to you, but I'm going to go into the and what that does is it intuitively helps someone understand. And this is the most important thing that we need to identify as caretakers, that our no always has a reason, right? Energy of like young energy feels safe, not in the space of never hearing a no, but in always understanding the reasons why a no is a no, right? Because that doesn't mean that you have to say yes to everything, but it's a guarantee. I keep on seeing the emotional regulation that occurs between you and them is saying, rest assured that if you ever get a no from me, I will always be able to explain to you the reasons why. I will always be able to be in the context of being in a space of reason and logic. Remember, this is important here. How does trauma form? Trauma forms in spaces that lack logic. Trauma forms in spaces where someone receives something that is completely unreasonable, that doesn't make any sense. So rest assured, they're saying the way that you will guarantee that your no does not create trauma is that your no is never a no, it is a why. It is the ability to articulate upon setting a standard by which you can explain it to another so that they can understand the logic as to what you are articulating upon. And it also says that it's dually preventative, because I feel like I see a lot of experiences from the past where you yourself are overcoming trauma, and that something about being triggered in that way, something about having to navigate or being given an edict. I keep on hearing you're healing from somebody giving you an edict that didn't make a lick of sense, right? And so they keep on hearing the guides are saying that the work that this does is mutually supportive, because not only are you paving the way so someone does not have to go through the hurdles that you went through in receiving something that didn't make any sense, but simultaneously you are going to be healing your inner child in the process by saying, I have not become the thing that wounded me. I'm not embodying the same vibration. Bottom of the deck. Yep, there it is. A lot of that Empress energy. Does being in a good, creating a good environment doesn't mean that you have to say yes to everything, right? Because when we enter those spaces, like, it's not like, again, I have to point out, saying yes to everything is not an emotionally safe environment. I can almost see someone saying, but that person lets them, and being like, well, it's not about, it's not about, like often children have this misregulation point that they think that the ability to be loved is the ability to do anything. Right? Like, this is the thing. Like, this is the thing with like children. So children sometimes have this paradoxical view that love is the expression of being able to do whatever the heck you want. and and often we understand that the journey of the self is, and we understand this as adults. This is why we regulate ourselves. None of us do everything we want all the time. That's not a good idea. Like, it's again, helping them learn feels good is good. Following your bliss is not just doing what you feel inclined to do to the hilt. Following your bliss is finding the things that feel good for you, like feel good for you physically, but then feel good for you spiritually, right? It is finding the place that the ego and the higher self meet. So your ability to help them recognize and regulate what that is, it's subjective. It changes for everyone. Some people can do things all the time and it's great for them. Some people can't touch something because it's too much for them, right? It's finding your energetic sweet spot. It's helping someone learn to not setting their standards, but helping them identify and recognize what their sweet spot is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person on the list for today is, I'm still looking for Lisa. If Lisa isn't here, we've got Victoria and Mark. Just bear with me a moment and I'll read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And again, oh guys, but before, don't put your question up yet, because when we get, I'm actually going to give away the giveaway reading. All right. You're so welcome, Maris. You're so welcome, Dayman. Thank you again for those gifts. Maybe write them a letter just for yourself. I love that, Bridget. All right. And apologies, guys. I thought I'd muted that individual. Hi there, Bella. Good to see you, dear. No worries. Some people get triggered at the thought of healing. I mean, I need to point this out. I like to create an environment where I hate muting others. And I just have to stress this. If the only condition I give to be in this room is to be nice, and you can't meet that, I can't help, right? I feel like the bar is on the floor there. The point of entry in being able to be in this space is literally being nice. Like, as long as you're nice, you can stay. It's not a lot to ask. I appreciate how you handle everything with love and compassion, with boundaries. I do my best, Catherine. Thank you. Working on emotional regulation a lot, sending you support on that journey. I can see this, but they're saying, you're like, listen, you're not working on it. You're actively doing it, you know? Oh, Lisa, you're back. Yes, you're the next on the list here. So you're saying my explaining no is important for, yes. If there's a no that you give, making sure that you explain the reasons why, being able to articulate why something is a no so another person can understand it. This is how we avoid creating trauma. because often in those spaces where we don't understand, that's where trauma lives. Thank you, Lisa. I've been told things like, I explained it once, I will never express it, I will never discuss it again. Well, there you go. Like that is like, I keep on seeing that working in that context. Like again, if so, like having an open conversation, being receptive to a conversation, right? And again, it's like we can have the, I can keep on seeing, you can hold the space of not of like being able to like, and I keep on hearing like having to build a point of being kind of inevitable as the sea, which is saying like, listen, we can talk about this, we can talk about your feelings through it, but this is something that is important. Like there's a little bit of that rigidity that we often have to hit because, and we talked a little bit about this, saying like, this might not like, and this is the, like, this is often difficult because I can see someone, I don't know why I keep on seeing this. I see someone who's navigating some kind of situation or circumstance of someone who's got no boundaries, right? And often like that's what's hard. It's like when we have situations where another person has no boundaries and children misambiguate in that and say that parent like that child is being loved more. You have to sometimes say, and like that is not like, no boundaries is not love, it's neglect. Like I keep on hearing, no, like the spirit's saying, no, having a space where someone can do anything is not a vibration of love. It's often a vibration of neglect that children misambiguate as love. So that they're saying that there's something about that to help discuss, to help another person see and recognize it. Thank you, Addison. I'm doing my best to communicate it. Honestly, it feels weird for me to be the one saying no. Exactly. Yep, there's an iOS game called No where you have to say no to people in an office and get coaching again. But here's the thing again, like they keep on saying honoring your no is being able to, and I keep on saying you don't, and like that's why I keep on hearing that when you're outside of the home, you don't need to repeat yourself. But when you're helping another person learn to honor their no, your ability to communicate through a no is going to help them set their energetic standards. Confirmation, hold on a minute. Confirmation as a teacher. This is so important for kids. Thank you, Catherine. Hi there, Lisa. Welcome, Victoria. Excellent. Victoria, you are after Lisa. The Aries is airing. Yes. Thank you, Walter. If you come in being a bully, I get so true. I mean, I feel like it's not much to ask. Oh, absolutely, Addison. Thank you. Like again, it's like if all I'm asking you to do is be nice to stay here to receive the messages, the bar is literally on the floor. Like the bar is on the floor. Like the bar is, the bar is on the floor. It's a gift. It's the least we can do. The world is rough. The least we can do is be nice to each other. Is there a volatile Aries energy, or no? We just had someone who was coming in who was projecting a lot. So I will be honest as a mom. Tap to claim. That is a beautiful mantra. All right, Lisa, you're the next. Before Lisa, don't post yet. Don't post yet. All right. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to be doing when we get to. So we're going to do the drawing right now for the 50K giveaway. So I am going to think of a number right now between 1 and 61. First person I see that posts a letter will post a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than the one that I see them in, that you guys see. Nope. Nope. No. 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 Nope. No. 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 Oh boy. No. 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 Nope. Nope. Wow, I really did it this time. Nope. Oh, man, Macy, Macy, Macy. Congratulations, Macy. Congratulations, Macy got it. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the one, two, three, four, fifth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my website. Hi there, Teresa. You're welcome to have any conversations you'd like in the chat, but if you'd like to have cards pulled, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my binks, the bink in my bio, the tree that has binks in it in my bio. And for those joining us across the other apps as well, you can get on the list by doing the same. All right. I got you, Lisa. And thank you guys so much for participating. All right, Lisa, part 1. Ooh, there's parts. I saw a few messages today from someone in my past. Can we orchestrate a conversation? 24, Lisa. Part 2. Between higher self and his higher self. Absolutely. All right, let's figure out what's going on there. I like that. I like the way you posted that. All right, I'm going to do 2 cards for their higher self and 2 cards for your higher self. Okay. Can I get 2 cards for their higher self, please? What's going on there? And 2 cards for her higher self. Okay, sorry. Oh my goodness. Okay. I see somebody's higher self that is like navigating some kind of space of embarrassment. Like I'm going to walk you through something that their higher self has been working with them on, and it has to do. I keep on hearing we don't steer relationships. I feel like I keep on like I see their higher self shaking their head and seeing somebody with a deep tendency of desiring to steer a relationship. And why don't we steer relationships? Because healthy relationships are navigated in a space of mutual. A healthy manifestation is one that is mutually shared. A healthy manifestation is one that's mutually scared, and that's scary. Because when you give someone the opportunity to move to a manifestation, they can decline, right? And again, the ego really prefers to steer things, because when you steer something, you never have to ask permission for things. You just move them in the direction that you aspire them to be, and you hope another person, but in that space there's already something going wrong, because I keep on hearing, I see the higher self trying to say to someone, they're trying to work them through the lesson that when you steer things, when you try to steer things, you've already gone off path work, because you're insisting on how something is instead of asking, right? And I keep on seeing the fact that this energy has been working on their, like, they're working on their controlling tendencies, right? And when we're like when we try to hold on to things too tightly, right? And we insist that they have to be the way that we want them to be. We end up confounding everything in the process. We get in our own way because often another person sees it, they feel taken advantage of. They don't feel like, and sometimes these moments can be so frustrating because, and I keep on hearing, all you had to do was ask. All you had to do was ask, right? It's like, it's literally, I see someone that has been healing the vulnerability it takes to ask for something instead of steer something in the direction that they aspire to go. Now, and I hear them saying, I've got wounds in this. That was my, I hear that, and I appreciate it because you can usually see energy that is aware of them doing this when they say, I've got control issues, right? The difference between saying, like, the difference between being controlling and recognizing that one's working through it is articulated in the space of someone saying, I've got control issues, you know, because it's, and I can see someone say, like, I see someone that, like, feels like in some way, shape, or form, something about where you're finding them is them, like like having having to I keep on hearing they're actively suffering the consequences of trying to steer something that they should have just asked for. And that's why I see, and that's what feels like this is like some kind of issue here because I see someone now looking at you and recognizing that. I see someone being like they were what they said they were. There was no reason. I keep on hearing there was no reason to lie to them. There was no reason to try to steer them. Like, I see simultaneously, and that's the thing about it. Like your higher self, you know, like, and that's the thing about it. I'm looking at your higher self, and your higher self's like, I keep hearing your higher self saying, like, you told them they didn't believe you, you know? Like, and this is why we have to get over our controlling tendencies because sometimes when we tell another person, you know, when we tell another person, you could just tell me, you know, and we refuse to, like, we refuse to open up. We refuse to see the fact that another person's authentic. This was like a massive trust wound that this person created because I keep on seeing you guys could have had everything together, but they wanted, you could have had everything, but they wanted everything for them. Like they wanted it on, like I get I get so frustrated at seeing path work like this because it's often the space of, like, it's giving me like someone who was so inhabiting the space of doubt that they lost everything that they could have possibly had. It would have been even better than they expected. It would have been beyond their wildest expectations. But instead, they tried to force things and it became nothing, right? And that's why I see, like, the vibration is, I see someone operating in that space where it's like I almost see them inhabiting the profound realization of not having seen something, like seeing something too late, you know? And I see your higher self that's like, and I can see your higher self like literally in a space of like, Like it feels like it's sacred anger. It feels like, and I have to say this, sacred anger often comes from the space that another person doubts our authenticity, right? Like some anger we hold on to because it's energetically sacred, because, you know, you gave someone the opportunity to build with you, and they made the choice to try to intentionally build around you. That's the best way I can describe the anger, like the feeling the feeling that the high, like that's how the higher self is saying that this is why they're saying they're upset. The higher self is saying you gave them every opportunity to say we can do this together, and instead they built a trench around you, right? Like that you gave them every opportunity to say we can do this hand in hand, and instead they circumnavigated you, and that's why I keep on seeing, like, there's a little bit of this, like there's a little bit of this, like, forgiven not forgotten energy between you and another energy here, because like that's the things, and this is the thing, like this is the thing with the higher self. Some wounds can't be healed, you know I need to point this out. Like when we talk about this, like sometimes, like I see your higher self saying, no, we built an altar around that wound. They were trying to change you, and this is the energy saying, like, they didn't change you, they unleashed you. Like they didn't change, they changed you. They changed you. Oh boy, they changed you. Like that's the thing. Like, they want to change. I always like to point this out. Like this happens with the universe all the time. The universe is like, you want to change them? Unleash them. Okay, you know what I mean? Like now everybody's changing. How do we like that? Isn't this fun? This is great. I love this. We should do this again. Like, it's so. I want you to, like, we don't control other people. This is what happens. Don't like let this reading serve as a reminder to those around us, which is why we don't try to control others, because I keep on seeing, like, there's something about this. I'm frustrated reading it. Bottom of the deck. You know, and I keep on seeing someone who tried to, like, hurt you by going away. I like, it feels like someone who locked themselves out of your life. You know, you don't hold yourself hostage. You don't play keep away with your energy trying to get someone to behave differently. You do this, you get locked out of somebody's life. You know, and now I see, like, and when you're getting someone knocking, like you're getting someone being like, can I, like, you know what I mean? Like this is like, you know, like this is what are you gonna do? Like I feel like there's something about this here, and I can see someone that's trying to acknowledge. Like I feel like the one thing that I feel like is a gift is, I feel like there's something about those um like there's something about that, and I keep on hearing, I need to stress this. I hear their higher self saying, I didn't think I was strong enough to contain you, so I tried to change you. That's because they didn't think they were like they realized that was them thinking they were weak. Like I keep on hearing, that's what I keep on hearing is what feels like so difficult. I didn't think I could contain you, so I tried to change you. They didn't have to contain you. Like that's the thing that's so sad about it. That's the thing that I think that I see as heartbreaking with this. They realized that when they said they didn't think they were enough for you. That's why they kept on saying, like, that's what they realized. They're like, they realized that when they said, I didn't think I could contain you, what they were really saying is, I didn't believe you cared about me. I didn't think I was good enough. So I just decided to try to change you into what would accommodate. Sending you so much support on this journey, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Victoria. Victoria, if you are on the list, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the, hold on, counting, 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. All right. All right, just putting in the offer here. And also, friends, just remember, we will be giving another reading to the collective when we get to 100K. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 100K. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. And if you get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. There we go. And thank you so much, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Okay. Oh, low back. Oh, dang. My low back just happily adjusted when I came up on your live. Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad. I hope it was good. I hope it was helpful. Welcome, Lobel. Thank you as well. Hey, Heather, I'm autistic and have ADHD and pretty positive kiddo similar, so I try to honor her. Beautiful. But again, it says to me that your ability to intuit and understand her is going to be magnificent in that way. And again, just not creating. I keep on hearing you will not create trauma so long as you explain to them your processes. Catherine, thank you for sharing the live. Yes, thank you, Macy, for being here, and thank you for congratulations for winning that reading. Catherine, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you for the, I know, pull up the popcorn purr. I think others can see this as me not having boundaries or letting my kiddo choose everything. But here's the thing. If you have being able to articulate what your standards are is boundaries. Just because you do something in a different way, if you're able to explain the reason why, that is not unboundary. That is having a different standard. That's why they say, as long as you can explain the logic, it's healthy. Agreed. Sounds like she's got Gemini in there somewhere, a great communicator. Absolutely. No, I'm sorry. Thank you for confirmation. I mean, it's not, I am very, I see, yeah, this is, I just want to point out, okay. I just want to show you this. When you said the type of energy they're articulating on, yes, that's them. This is you. So I get you know what I mean? It's giving me a lot of that, it's giving me a lot of that, how dare you kind of energy, you know? Understand there's a balance. Important to teach my kiddo. Yes, she can say no and have that honored. Exactly, Heather. Tap to claim. What a pull. I know. It was a heavy read, man. It's so interesting how bad it is. It's so, at least it's interesting. I mean, I got to point out, I got to stress this. And this is the thing that your higher self is saying. We don't have to heal karma by forgiving everything. We understand, it's understanding why we're not is again, this feels like, nope. No, for real, it's comical. Thank you. I mean, it's not comical, and that's the thing about it. I see your guide saying, you're making light of it. It's giving me. It's not comical. You laugh because what else you cry. You know what I mean? It's not comical at all. You're just it feels a lot like it's literally, it's that kind of laugh where you're just like, if I don't laugh, I will scream. I will I can feel it. If I don't laugh, I will literally scream. You know what I mean? It is that type of funny. It's not a funny. You have to laugh at it. Trying to work on improving balance, providing my guidance and honoring kiddo. You're not trying, you're doing that, Rainbow. You're just qualifying how well you're doing it. Remember that. We're both guilty of that. I can see this, like, I can see, I mean, look, I see that, like, here's the thing. I'm not saying the fact that this energy wasn't triggering to you, but I feel like, you know, there's something like, and this is what I'm seeing about something here, you know, like this is giving me like this is giving me, I'm not sure why I'm getting this, but the guides are giving me a sense like, you know, like I don't know, I keep on hearing it, like cat scratch energy, which is again when someone is pushing on our boundaries, and like what like the reason it says cat scratch is because cats often scratch when they feel like their boundaries are being violated, you know, like a cat will, I point this out, like the reason they're saying like Lisa, there's something about healing that they're saying think about a cat scratch, which is again, a cat doesn't run up to you, they're saying a cat doesn't run up to you and scratch you. A cat scratches you when they feel like their boundaries are being violated, right? When they feel like someone's getting, like when someone's trying to do something in a way that they're not comfortable with. So they're saying like keep that in mind as well. I moved on because it was a never ending cycle, and I'm so different now, and now in a great way. Thank you. I mean, yeah, I mean that's the thing again. Like that's why that's why I see like your the that's why your higher self, like I need to point this out. Like that's why I told you your higher self, they're trying to come towards you, and they're like absolutely not, you know? It's the insistence. It's the insistence that is audacious. Darn. Yes, this is pulling on my heart over and over again. I get it. No, I can see why this is really upsetting. It broke me, and it took a deep transformation to get in a healthy space. And I can see someone being like, if I'd known, and you being like, you know what I mean? Like that's the thing that bothers me about it. You know, I can hear someone saying, if I'd only known, I mean, like, this is why you won't ever, you know? Thank you, Lanice, for the follow. Healing, it's hard to be on the outside of it and knowing it's too late. Yeah, like, you know, like this is like, this is, it's devastating. And Sam, thank you for the follow. Healing, it's so funny because he doubted me while actively being untrustworthy himself. Yeah, that's the thing. It's coming. They doubted and here's the thing. They're seeing the fact that there was nothing to doubt. That's the thing that I see is so difficult. Like I can hear someone saying, I made a mistake, and you being like, yeah, and there's no coming back from that mistake. Thank you, Deborah. I really, it's pain. No, I readings like this drive me because it's avoidable. You know what I mean? Like it's avoidable. Confirmation for sure. Thank you, Adam. Rainbow, part of my work has been letting go of judgment, good, bad, in favor of natural consequences. Tap to claim, Heather. It's very frustrating. They definitely did lock it out. Yeah, it was such nasty energy. I mean, and here's the thing, it didn't have to be that way. I see it. Like, that's the thing about it. It's like they wanted it the way they wanted it, and they wanted it something the way that they wanted it, and it would have been better than they ever would have imagined. You know? I settled for that. Sending you support, Lisa. So I don't worry so much that somebody's actions are bad or evil. Actions might have consequences. Again, you know, it's not our space to judge in terms of. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of words like bad or evil. Um, you know, I feel like the ability to hold compassion for someone making bad choices is relevant and important, but it doesn't require us to stick around for it. It's so hard. I'm sorry. I went through that with an ex too. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. They have a lot of work to work through. He didn't have to contain me. That's what I like. They like that's the thing that's so painful about it. You're so welcome, Lisa. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Not sharing info or shading the truth. I worry less that is bad. Does impact ability to trust. Sending support on that journey as well, Rainbow. Hi, Victoria. How are you doing today? And understand that it is true for my actions as well. Tap to claim, Heather. All right. And Libby, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. No, you're right. If I don't laugh, I will lose my mind. No, I see it. Like this is like that laugh where you're like, I'm like, you're like, are you kidding me? Like it's that type of laugh. Like, oh my God. I mean, yeah, it's avoidable. It was like I keep on hearing the word like avoidable, like so not necessary. Reactive abuse, yes. Sending you so much support on that journey, Lisa. Cats scratch us to show boundaries violated because that is how they communicate. Exactly. That's what I keep on saying, which is like I see you saying I wasn't perfect either, and your higher self is going. Your higher self is saying to me, cat scratch, which is why the reason that the higher self is saying cat scratch, which is like lashing out in a way and saying you have to stop. You know what I mean? Like you if you know like it says to me like it's not aggressive if you were trying to protect yourself. It's real, it's a lot. Sending you strength. Thank you as well, Addison. If somebody chooses to communicate with harshness, equivalent of cat scratches instead of words, same thing, right? And that's why they were giving me the symbol of abuse of like that reactivity point, because sometimes when someone is pushing our boundaries and we react, they then try to tell us that we're like we're the volatile one. It's like it's like the guides are that like that your higher self saying you just didn't get out in time. Like it would have gotten, I keep on hearing, it would have gotten worse. I was doing the transformation before he didn't see it, and now I'm on the other side and we are on different timelines. Sending you so much support on that journey, Lisa. You're so welcome. Thank you for sharing your journey here. And and I hope this message helped. And June Lip, thank you for the follow. I'm good. I'm currently battling some stiff neck pain. Yeah, like that's been coming through. Here's the thing, we've got a lot of energy in Aries. I keep on describing this. And the Virgo full moon that we had, it's like all neck and head stuff, you know? I'm doing well. Thank you. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Words can help clarify the boundaries and possibilities for cooperation. Scratch activity, not that. Completely agree, Rainbow. Tap to claim. And that's the thing that I'm seeing. Like the higher self is saying, I hear the higher self saying they could have done a better job of like holding the boundaries better. But it says to me, someone articulated the boundaries, and in order, it was like I keep on hearing cat scratch or walk away. The only thing they could have done was walk away. And it's like the reacting was trying to be able to stay in something that felt like it was impossible. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Heather, this speaks to me in a 23-year cycle of trying to make it work, and everything could have been avoided. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Heather. I know it's not easy. Do you want to clarify when you made connection of cat scratch with defending from abuse? Please scratch. No, it's because the higher self is talking about something that happened in the past. You know, like I see someone saying they're holding that, like they're holding something that they're holding something that they were defending themselves with, overly like with a lot of weight. But they're saying that they're showing me the circumstances that required something to be that way. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If you've got issues with like head stuff now and neck, it's all this energy in Aries. It's like dry. It's like make sure you're hydrating. It'll help, Victoria. I like to check up every once in a while to make sure things are going well. Completely understood. So are we just doing a general? All right. Like that is a hard situation. It's so hard. Yeah. Absolutely. And guys, make sure that you guys are taking care of yourself. And thank you guys for being a supportive environment here to be able to share our stories. So Victoria, just to confirm, it sounds like we're doing a general. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3. You will be the 4th person read for. My question is just that I want to check up on the energy of my reconciliation work. Okay, gotcha. All right, can I get 3 cards? 3 cards for Victoria, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. What does Victoria need to know right now in relationality to that situation? I mean, so I keep on hearing the thing that's important to remember about reconciliation is it requires mutual. You have nothing. You have nothing to apologize about. I'm not seeing anything filtered right now. Um, so reconciliation is a mutual act, is what I'm saying. There's something to be navigated about the fact that you cannot reconcile something unless someone is ready to energetically reconcile something. Like it's just I know, and I know sometimes it drives us wild. Sometimes it drives like it can be really frustrating, um, because I see that, like, here's the thing, I see you in some way, shape, or form going through something, and it's kind of like I keep on seeing it's like maintaining a vibration, right? And what is maintaining an open vibration often look like? Maintaining an open vibration, but not insisting, right? Maintain as long as, like, I keep on hearing your guide say, as long as you're maintaining an open vibration and not insisting, you're doing everything you can in a situation. It's giving me a lot of that space of saying, I'm here whenever you want to talk. I'm also here if you don't, you know? Like, and I keep on seeing that there's something about that, like, I keep on hearing the thing about it is like loud and clear, doesn't have to be that, like, doesn't have to be, I see something here, doesn't have to be that complicated, you know? And I keep on seeing, like, but the thing about it is I see someone going through some inner turmoil, you know? And when someone's going through inner turmoil, what do we often experience? They project, right? They project project outside the self. They over project internally. It's like anything necessary not to do the work of the self, right? And when someone's not ready to do the work of the self, it'll also often come in the space of blame. They'll either blame the self or they'll blame those around them. And so I just kind of see you guys, you and another person, in like two completely different vibrations. I see you being like, I am ready. I'm here. I'm ready. Whenever you're ready to do this work, I'm like, I'm waiting for you. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I see you almost saying someone, and I see someone else who's like, the only thing that's standing in their way is them, right? Because I see someone that's in some kind of space where they're looking for reasons not to, right? And here's the thing, like, when we're going through inner turmoil, we will perpetually, um like, we'll try, like, and I can almost see someone being like, you know I almost hear something of you being like, someone being like, I demand an apology, and I almost hear you saying to someone, I already apologized for you. Like, I literally hear you saying to someone, I see someone saying, I demand an apology, and I almost see some kind of space where you're like, I already apologize. Like, I see you almost being like, I already apologize. You know what I mean? Like, it's that type of energy where you're like, what you want me to, like, what do you want me to do? You want me to crawl around in the street? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's giving me something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's like sometimes these moments when someone's holding grief so much, they can't hear an authentic apology. It's like the grief that is so profound that it borders on the unreasonable, being like, you got to let it go. You can't heal, you cannot reconcile if you're harboring things. You cannot heal something if you're harboring something like that. And I just keep on seeing the fact that this person, they're harboring a lot of resentment. They're harboring a lot of aggression. You know, it's like look for pain. Like, and I feel like it's like harboring a lot of regression to heal from the unconscious feeling that they could have done more. You know, that's what's really happening here. I don't know what this is, but something happened. Someone feels unconsciously like something is their fault. And often when someone is going through something and they feel like something is their fault, we will go to insane lengths to try to validate why it is not. To try to move, I keep on seeing like to try to push something off onto something else instead of navigating the well of grief that says to ourselves, I should have been there. I could have done more. You know, we all have those moments. And that's the thing. It requires that space of being able to be held. You know, it requires that space of saying, like, to another, I'm hurting too. Something hurt all of us. But when we're hurting and another person is hurting so much that all they can do is blame, it creates a force field around them. Nobody can get through, right? Because all of that pain turns to rage. And so I see someone who's like, they're like, I keep on hearing like there's a vortex around them. Like they're angry and their anger, like they're sad and the sadness becomes anger. And then the anger says, get away from me. And it pushes everything away. And then you say, like, you say to someone, anytime you're ready, I'm here to hold you. But they're just in that space of like, it's like they don't have somewhere to put it, you know? So I want you to make sure that energy like this isn't projecting that onto you, right? That working through grief is not like often often trying to blame others is indicative of someone who constantly feels guilty about something. So and they have to heal, and that's why we talk about working, like doing a lot of our shadow work, because it's being able to confront like the things that we feel heavy about, right? The things that we carry that allows us to recognize that we don't have to bear that burden alone, that it's a space that we can flourish and grow. Um, I think I think in a situation or circumstance like the one I'm seeing here, I keep on hearing compassion is limits, right? Compassion is limits. So not letting someone project something onto you, not moving and not doing like not feeling like you're taking like overly extravagant or unreasonable steps to mollify another person. Remember, like love is healthy limits. You can love someone from a distance. You can say, I care about you, but absolutely not. I'm not gonna sit here and watch you hurt yourself like this. And I'm not gonna sit here and let you hurt me like this. So I want you to just be mindful of that because, and I need to stress this. I need to stress this in a situation I'm seeing like this. If this is a situation where someone says, I have no control over it, that's something they need external help on. The minute someone says, I have no control over it, that is the immediate moment that another person says, I need help with something. I need external support with it. So make sure that you're having that space of not allowing, like, being consistent in what you offer. But and I keep on saying, not an ounce more, not an ounce less, right? We it's not our job to save each other from ourselves. It's our job to save each other for one another. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah. Again, when we come into that, like blame is not helpful because blame says I don't have to do anything, right? When we're trying to build with another person and they're just trying to blame, it's saying I'm not, it's not my responsibility. It's always our responsibility. If something's not going well in a partnership in any situation or circumstance, it takes two to fix it. It's understanding, identifying where the work is, right? So if this is an energy that says you're the worst, what they're really saying is I refuse to change. And if they're saying I'm the worst, what are they saying? I refuse to change. Woe is me and woe is you is the same exact energetic force, because what does it say? When we come into the blaming of outside the self, we say it's not my responsibility to change, right? When we come into the space of saying I am absolutely awful, we say I don't have the power to change. Make sure of understanding we always have the power to change. It's about what we prioritize changing. So if it shouldn't require you to go to extravagant lengths to navigate another person that refuses to change. It's about identifying and recognizing where the work begins. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Victoria. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Pinks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that recap. Hi there, Addison. Good to see you today. Also, friends, we are at 56K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. All right. And thank you, Dada, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Oh, this is such a hard situation. So hard. Heart goes out to anyone experiencing it. Sending you support as well, Rainbow. The question is just that I want to check. Yep. Sorry, I got filtered. No, you didn't get filtered, dear. I can see it here. I want the universe. I want the universe. I love the university. Welcome, Kateri. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Victoria, oh, he's definitely struggling, but so am I. It's a lot of doubt and anxiety from time to time. No, I see it. Like there's a lot of triggers potentially being hit here. Totally off topic. Sorry. You often talk about healthy guides. Are there also less healthy guides? I want to put it this way. We sometimes, I want to put this, a good guide is a guide that is supportive to our energetic growth. Now, there are some guides that we have that might be, sometimes may create more of a, like a difficulty point as it requires us to feel energetically challenged. I sometimes see that with those that have ancestral guides, because sometimes like with the ancestral guides, it's like it's working through the context of how they see something, but even in those spaces it's always energetically supportive. Like I have to stress here, the identification point of an energetic guide is an energy that stays close to us because they are prioritizing us reaching for and finding our highest good. So that's how I typically articulate and define what a good guide is. And I feel like there's often those moments that we can help disambiguate between a healthy guide and unhealthy guide. Like I like to point out, a healthy guide is never directive. It's never insistive. It's never going to feel like you're being forced to do something. It's never going to feel like there's an edict. A good guide shows you what you need to help you do the work of navigating a journey. It's never going to feel like, the way you can usually articulate between a good guide and a guide that isn't helpful is any kind of situation or circumstance wherein you feel like you're being directed or forced to do something. I hope that helps. And thank you for that very interesting question, Per. Macy, oh my gosh, this is me and my ex to a T. Sending love. Thank you guys for sending each other support. June, 7 of Pentacles, 2 of Cups, King of Cups. Yes. I will be honest, it's been so crushing that someone is having so much difficulty. I mean, here's the thing. I need to stress this, Heather. And that's the thing about it. Again, I want like include in your manifestations, prioritize energy that prioritizes you. The way that you phrase that it's crushing, that someone's having difficulty choosing you. Why are you remaining in a situation where it feels like another person isn't prioritizing you? You know? Thank you as well, Victoria. Hi there, Five of Swords. Yep. Rainbow, 80. I understand it's more complicated, just feels like that. And thank you as well, Cher. I feel like he might regret the breakup, but he doesn't talk about it. I mean, I see someone carrying some wounds here. You know, there's some pain around something. And I keep on seeing like the best thing you can do when someone's carrying something that's heavy for them to talk about, say like, you can just kind of give them that affirmation, say, if you're ever ready to talk about it, I'm here to receive it. Like the door is open. Catherine, oh, I glitched on my end during a valuable message. Yes, Catherine, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos and you can find the full readings. Victoria, we haven't spoken in 4 months. I keep having dreams about reconciliation. I would not be surprised in a situation like this if that's happening. Because I keep on like it said like I mean like I see like I see something where it's like I don't see I feel like there's something where you just articulate what it is you want. And like if someone energetically declined that or said something that you're asking for was too much, I keep on hearing your guides are like, it's not a negotiation. We either want the same things or we don't, you know? Those who say, I can't help myself. I don't want to say it's lazy, but like, again, sometimes we have to come out of that space of disempowerment or that space that makes us feel like we're in that place that we can't change something. We like, it's hard. Like, look, we have those moments, like I said, why do we get like that? Fear is a powerful drug, like that ability of feeling the anxiety point and feeling like working in that space of struggling with being able to change. It's not easy. And thank you again for having that reading with me, Victoria, and wishing you the best of luck on your journey. Hi there, Addison. All right, before we continue on Addison's reading, I'm going to step away for a moment. And when I come back, we will continue with the readings. But if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you will be the the third person read for. Also, we are at 56K likes right now. And thank you, Heather, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Macy. If anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. And we will be back momentarily, and we will continue with the readings. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. I'll be right back. All right, where were we? Mm-hmm. Okay. And I've got you, Heather. Thank you for getting on the list, dear. Where were we? Addison, my grandmother. Oh dear. My grandmother passed away last night. Highest priority message in regard to family dynamic in the law in this loss. Absolutely. Okay. Oh, we've got these cards are wow. Wow. Okay. All right. Thank you. We've already got 3 cards out. Um can I please get one more card, please? Highest priority messages from spirit, please. One more, please. Well, okay, 2 more. Is someone pregnant? I'm not turning this into a pregnancy reading. I just need to ask. Or is someone planning on being pregnant? Um, because I got it. I mean, the thing about it is I see them like they're just fine. Like I mean I don't I mean like I sometimes have readings like this in relationality to um like to some kind of circumstance or situation. Um but I don't know why I keep on hearing her say like I keep on hearing them say I was expecting this, which is but they're also saying I was expecting this and they're expecting, which is why I'm kind of curious as to what's going on here. Because I just I keep on seeing something about something here. She like um and what's fun like the reason I'm getting something about this is because they're saying I'm not um like they're on the other side and I just see them like they're preparing for something. Like they're preparing for some kind of celebration here is what I keep on seeing. Um and like the overarching message that's coming through on something is the amplification. I keep on hearing I'm just fine. Um like I'm delighted is what I keep on hearing, but they're like I mean I need to show you like I see two I see them presently around you and another person because I'm seeing you here and I'm seeing another individual here that are heavy like heavy in the space of loss, but they're saying I'm not going anywhere. Like that's why I see someone that is feeling like I keep on hearing them say I'm getting ready, which is interesting. Like that's what's interesting about it because it feels to me like someone who has every intention of coming back as soon as they can is what I keep seeing. Like and I'm sorry I'm sorry that I'm laughing through this, but that's because they're very like they're in a very positive like they I keep on hearing them being like I couldn't be more delighted and excited. I didn't know they were expecting, which is why I keep on hearing them because I see them holding some kind of energetic child. And that's why they're so excited because I keep on hearing them saying I'm going to get to meet them is what I keep on hearing, which is why like and that's like that's why I keep on like these cards here are like that's what I mean. Like that's why it's hard for me to be upset in this moment because they're in a space of like they're meeting someone and they couldn't be happier because I just keep on hearing them say they're absolutely beautiful. Um, and I meanwhile I see that this is everybody on the earthly plane that's just experiencing the loss. And that's why they keep on saying like they're like it's not a loss, it's an arrival. Like they're actually like I see someone in a space where they feel they feel, I mean, and this happens a lot when other energy gets on the other side. Sometimes they feel very, like, they feel very energetically restored. Now, that's, I got to point this out. This isn't always the case. Um, you know, when, like, I have to point this out, that like when often sometimes when I do readings for energy that crosses over, they're upset about it, right? Like there's a lot of that space that is identified or recognizing as it relates to feeling that frustration point. I want to pause because this is a sacred reading and I see someone that's just one of those days. We're just attracting a lot of that energy. Hold on a minute. Um, one of the things that we're kind of seeing is there's a lot of that work. Hold on a minute. Again, I apologize. I apologize for that. All right, let's continue. So, and the reason I say this is sometimes when I do readings for those who, like those who cross over, they get very frustrated. Like they're sometimes frustrated in relationality to like feeling like there's something that they left undone, or feeling like there's something more that they wanted to do, or more that they wanted to express. Like often the difficulty point that often happens with those that cross over is feeling like they have not communicated or shared their love in the degree or the capacity by which they hoped or anticipated to. But I don't see this here. Like I see someone who's like they never stop moving. Like they're very like they are on a schedule. They are on a schedule and they're like, oh good. Like, and so I see even now, like there's something about that. Like even here they navigated something with a sense of delight and preparation. Like I see someone that is in that space of feeling like I feel like there's something here that I don't know why they're saying it. They're like, yeah, I was ready for it. Like I hear them saying, I was ready for it. Like they're like, it seemed like I keep on hearing them say things like it seemed as good a time as any. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's giving me some kind. And again, the reason that I'm so exuberant, like in this energy, is because they're that's just the vibe. Like I see them being like, they're very much like there's a carefreeness to them, you know because, and there's also, and this is what I'm trying to get to the bottom of, because they've got a little, they keep on winking to me, and they're like, I keep on hearing, they were I'm not going, I keep on hearing them say, I'm not going anywhere. Like I'm not going anywhere, and they keep on hearing the word expecting. And so I keep on seeing, it feels like there is someone who has every conviction like they have every amplification of desiring to come back, into the energetic space. um and I sometimes, the way I sometimes read it is like I see some energy that is very the way I describe it being very invested in the cradle of the family. And the way I often interpret that, when someone says, when they say they're very invested in the cradle of the family, it effectively means that they like the family they're in. They have they have no intention of going anywhere. They often are very invested in returning back into it. Right? There's something about that feeling of, you know that ability of saying, like, and that's why I keep on thinking it's very interesting, because I keep on seeing them and they've got a big smile on their face and they're holding a child and they're saying they're beautiful, aren't they? And so I think that there's something really beautiful here, because they're saying, pay a lot of attention to the next child that potentially arises around the family dynamic, because I would not be surprised if this energy bears a lot of resemblances to this individual. Is what I'm seeing. Because they just kind of, they've got this like smile on their face that feels like they're content, but they also got a kind of a smile on their face, like the cat that's it's like it feels like they're holding a little bit of a surprise energy, which is funny because they keep on being like some kind of feeling of giggling around them. um like as it relates to like being like they're so like I keep on hearing they're saying I'm absolutely delighted because they're holding some kind of surprise in spirit. And sometimes when I see energy that's this excited to be on the other side of spirit, it's because they've seen something that is coming that they're very excited about. um I want to give you some bottom of the deck information, just something to keep in mind, keep in mind going forward. You know, I know, I can see it. They're like, um, you know, I keep on hearing someone say like they're like like it feels like a lot. I see energy often. Like I have to say I like reading for energy like this because it's often the application of someone who's lived a full robust life. And sometimes when I see energy like this, they try to stay around because they don't want to upset those around them, right? And I feel like this is sometimes it's really beautiful when energy like this crosses over because it feels like a freeing of the spirit, because it's those moments that say the pain of remaining felt greater than the sweet release of finding my way back into spirit. So I keep on seeing if this was any kind of situation where they were experiencing any suffering, they're really stressing that period of time was over. Like it feels like someone who was like pushing through things that were really painful because they didn't want to create pain for others in their departure, right? Like it's really like they're very polite. Like they're like, I can see this. They're like it was like some kind of energy saying staying around because they know how much it meant for others that they were there is what I see. So I want you to know I see them like I keep on hearing the words cradled in the arms of spirit. But it's also very interesting that I keep on hearing them say I'm cradled in the arms of spirit because they keep on stressing the word cradle that I think is kind of there's something very important to notate about that. And then I keep on hearing they're saying, I'm right there with you. I haven't gone anywhere. You just can't see me. Thank you so much for having that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. Next person, did they do something with their hands? What's going on with the hands? What were they doing with their hands so much? Because like there's been like all this crazy energy coming through on my hands ever since I started this reading. It's like all hand energy. Like they like to keep their hands busy. Um, Quilting, thank you. I was like, what is going on here? What's with the hand? Like, what's with the hands? They've got their hands back. So you know what I mean? Like that's why sometimes when we get like they're like they yeah, like they're like woo, like they got them like they don't hurt. They're going they don't hurt anymore. They're going they don't hurt anymore. Like, that's why they're going like this so much because I don't know if they were having issues with the joints, but they're just like they're like keep on seeing that they're in spirit wiggling their fingers. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. The next person on the list for today is Macy. Congratulations in winning our reader the giveaway for the reading. If you could let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. I'm also going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. And if anyone else, hold on a minute. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open and you will be the 4th person read for. All right. And thank you, Tate, for getting on the list. You'll be the 3rd person read for. Morgs, if you want to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for, dear. Okay, just reading over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And again, I apologize for that interruption point during the reading. Not that individual. Okay. Yes, Catherine, you'll be able to find this again over on the place where we keep the videos and over on the place where we keep the photos. Or if you would prefer to catch it as a podcast for just the Daily Collective, it'll be over on Spot at Tarot Church and over on Substack. Victoria, yes, thank you for that as well. Good to see you. Hold on a minute. One moment. Anti-hero guides, I like that. Listen, I gotta say, sometimes when we're in a spiritual place, we might have we have sometimes have guides that challenge us, you know? It's like all right. And thank you, Ruby, for joining us. Hold on a moment. Yes. Um, yeah, and here's the thing. I think that, I like to point this out. Like some of those, like sometimes the guides are issued to us in relationality to what we need. And so for those who like, and not to say there are some guides that are very mischievous, right? But like your own ability to like navigate them to a certain extent, like we get what we enter, like we get the things that feel like they're supportive to us and don't like a good guide is not going to strike fear into the heart of you, is what I like to point out. I think that's the best way to describe it. Yes. Sorry for no, you weren't you Victoria, you were not the individual interrupting the reading. There was another individual that came in here. Fair, yes, Fey guides again can be more on the, like I like the word capricious. I like the word capricious, right? It can be a little bit more exuberant and silly, as it were. I love this. Yes. Yes, they're there if you wanna call one in, just be ready for some whimsical fun. I love that. They like to move yes, a capricious guide would be one who moves things on you. Exactly. You're helping me be nicer with my words. Oh, I'm very glad to hear that, Addie. And thank you, Goddess, for those hashtags. I've got you, Heather. We're all learning, gotta remember that always, tap to claim Addie. Oh, Adina, I'm sending you so much support. I hope things are well. And Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Addison, I don't know, doesn't talk to me and I haven't met them. Thank you for confirming. Amy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. My cousin had a little girl that I swear is my grandma incarnate. Oh, there you go. This is another goosebump moment for me today. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. This is wild. Thank you as well, Bridget. Morgs, the list right now, if you'd like to get on the list, is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth person read for. Absolutely. Thank you, Tay. Oh no, she was type A. She just wanted to be done. Yeah, I can see this. Like I see someone. I keep on hearing someone. The desire to remain was overcome. Like the desire, like it was the difficulty point. Like I said, I see someone's like I stayed as long as I could. You know, Addison. She told me she was done 4 years ago because her body couldn't keep. Yeah, and that's what I keep on seeing. I see someone who's just in a space of energetic peace. You know. Thank you. She's pressuring me to have more children. This is sometimes what the ancestral energy does. Like that's the thing about it. Like often in those spaces, like I've done readings for those across on the other side, and they're like that's the thing. They're often like that. Like often ancestral energy is always very focused on children. Yes. Yep. Exactly. Thank you for confirming the chills, pops. She was really hanging on for them. I told her ages ago if she had to go, I'd see her later. Quilting, and thank you for confirmation on that as well, dear. This Monday turned out to be pretty amazing with all these beautiful readings. They really are today. Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, Per. Yes, the hands, like, yeah, there was like a lot of that. I felt there was a lot of that energy coming through the space of the hands. Yes, awful. Yeah, that's why I keep on hearing it. They were saying I can use my hands again. Thank you. You're so welcome, Addison. Yes, another amazing, and thank you. You're so welcome, Jules. I feel connections to that reading, and I don't feel I can say why. Clearly, a special reading. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Rainbow. You're so welcome, Macy. Morgs, as I mentioned, if you'd like to be on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. All right. All right, and thank you, Nicole, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Morgan. All right. Macy, to be honest with you, I have no idea. I had a really dramatic decade. My whole life crumbled, and I'm completely rebuilding while getting over heartbreak. Any guidance? Got you, Macy. I think I got you, dear. Yes. Can you confirm the name by which you sent the donation? And I'll confirm you're on the list. Just the first name is fine. I appreciate you as well, Macy. You're so welcome, Addison. All right. So it sounds to me, Macy, like we're going to be doing a general reading. Highest party messages from Spirit. And thank you. And sending again, I know whenever we have those who pass over, it's difficult. I'm sending you so much support on that journey as well. Okay, absolutely, Macy. Okay, can I please have, just bear with me one moment, please. Can I please have 3 cards for Macy? Highest party messages from Spirit, please. Highest party messages from Spirit. What does Macy need to know? All right. Yeah. This is some heavy stuff, Macy. No, I'm identifying it. This feels, you know, I feel like there's something important to note um, in relationality to. There's something really important that you have to identify and recognize. Um, I feel like this is really important. Um, I keep on hearing it's not polite to insist. Like you've got a guy that keeps on saying that it's not polite to insist, and I feel like um, often I see situations or circumstances that arise in this way when we've got, how do I describe this? Um, you know, I feel like you've got like, and I keep on hearing it's interesting because you've got a very proper guide. It's like there's someone here, like there's like a very proper buttoned up guide around you. What's interesting about it is the reason that they're saying it isn't polite to energetically insist is because um, I keep on hearing the guide that's saying don't confuse niceness with courtesy. Niceness and courtesy are very different things. Why are niceness and courtesy very different things? Because you can be nice. You can be really nice, but another person does not owe you back niceness in the same way, right? That niceness is not courteous because when we're nice and we insist, we become energetically impolite, right? That's the difference between when someone says, like, why won't you let me be nice to you? Right? The response to that is because when someone says, why won't you let me be nice to you? They're not being energetically mindful in relationality to what we think is nice, so much as they're focused on what they think is nice, right? Courtesy is not being nice. Courtesy is being energetically attuned to what another person aspires and desires for. And there's something really important about that because it feels to me like you're navigating some kind of energetically pushy energy, right? Somebody that feels that, as long as they can, as long as they're trying to do, and this is what needs to be corrected for, because again, Love is not the act of giving something to someone because it feels good to give it. Love is in the act of paying attention to how another person receives it. Love is having to do with the empathy that is not conditional in relationality to how another person takes something. And one of the things I'm seeing here that is kind of interesting or intriguing is I keep on hearing an apology is unconditional, because an apology is not based upon or built upon um, navigating conditions by which the apology is given or withdrawn, right? Like an apology. Like, what's interesting is that they're saying it's a very formal message is coming through. An apology is a plan, and a plan does not change based upon the determination point of whether another person receives it or not. Um, you know, it's like it's like it's saying to me that there's something to me, and I feel like they're saying this because they're just kind of energetically trying to prepare you for something, because it does feel like someone trying to come towards you in some way, shape, or form. But they're saying, remember, if someone's coming towards you in this way, a few things, like first and foremost, time time does not erase things, right? Time does. If there's something here that you left something with another person and they're putting distance and then they're coming back, that's not a chalkboard erase moment. That's not a situation or circumstance by which something changes because of time. Time does not fix things, fixes things, fixing things, fixes things. So I want you just to be a little, I want you to be a little bit like, if somebody comes back and tries to speak to you about something, make sure that it's a bookmark, not a chalkboard erase moment. Make sure that's something that you're reaching back for, and continuing exactly where you started. I keep on hearing no restarts, no going back to the good part. The good part is exactly where you left it. Second, they're saying that if someone comes forward with a plan, right, with the ability of identifying how they're changing something, that shouldn't be conditional on you receiving it. The work that we do is built upon or based upon identifying and recognizing that when we set our intention to do something, the apology is not conditional, right? The adjustment or the adaptability point is one that we're able to articulate and identify where that work is. And it's often inside the self, not outside of the self. And I keep on seeing this right now because I just keep on seeing some kind of like and this is the third part of the messages coming through, and this has a lot to do with Neptune transiting out of Pisces and into Aries. Don't get a depth of emotion confused with direction. Feeling a lot about something is not direction. Talking a lot about missing something is not direction. There's only one thing that is direction, and that is direction. So, again, a lot of the work that we're understanding and recognizing with Neptune transiting into Aries is understanding we can have a lot of emotions and still have direction as to where something's going, right? A lot of that work, because I just keep on seeing it feels like someone trying to come back to you, sentimentalizing something, but understanding that the sentimentality isn't what fixes things. Fixing things fixes things. An apology is a plan. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I keep on seeing this too. Energy that's truly healing doesn't need to go on at length about how great they're doing. I don't know why this is coming through. Energy that is truly healing doesn't need to make a grand display of doing so. So if, and again, I feel like there's something about your inner child that's like being healed here, because it has to say you don't need to have every conversation. Closure Closure is not, if someone asks for closure, like they're saying, like, often energy asks for closure, a conversation of closure, when really they want a conversation of opening, right? So just be very wary and mindful if someone says that they want to meet with you in some way, shape, or form to try to get closure. Like, I keep on hearing there's no such thing as closure. There's no closure conversation. Often energy wants to have a conversation and they'll articulate that it's for closure, but really it's because they want to open back up something. Or they want to create a space of, like, again, having those moments of getting something off our chest that puts a wound in another in the process. So they're saying, you don't have to decide that you have to do something hard because someone tells you it's healing. Only you get to determine what's healing. So just be very mindful as you proceed forward from this point, because I just keep on seeing, like, there's a lot of this work that you're doing in navigating grief and working in that space that, again, you can honor how you feel. But if something isn't moving in the direction that you want it to go into, you don't need to open a process in the wound of trying to build closure for someone that is really articulating that they're trying to keep something the way it is or trying to bring something back to the way that it was. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Macy. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got spot on the list for today for one more person before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to claim that spot, go ahead and send the donation payment. Also, when we get to 100K likes, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Next person on the list for today is Heather. Heather, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to answer for today, you will be the 5th person read for. And Sophia, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, and one moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hi, Heather. Good to see you, dear. All right. You're so welcome, Macy. And I've got you, Morgs. Thank you. Shanez, thank you for those roses. You're so welcome, Addison. Thank you for having that reading with me and sending you so much support right now. Hi, Morgan. I've got you on the list. You're after Tate, dear. Yes, thank you for sharing that with us as well. Addison, it seems like your grandma has beautiful soul, sending all the love and support. Tap to claim. This is deep. Thank you, Macy. I fear I'm the one a bit pushy. Macy, my ex has ghosted me as of 10 days ago. We broke up in December. Oh, B. That's so nice of you to say. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Macy, my ex of 8 years, not recent heartbreak ex, is repeatedly trying to come back and completely ignoring significant trauma. And I keep telling him time doesn't take away the things he's done. Thank you for confirmation on the reading, Macy. You're so welcome, dear. Let this serve as validation from spirit. And again, remember, like keep on saying, remember the difference between someone who wants to change something versus opening old wounds. I keep on seeing like some kind of vibration of, like, just as something's healing, someone's coming in, like healthy energy that loves us is not going to tear us apart just as we're suturing ourselves back together. Right. So I want you to be very mindful of that as well. It's got like a plan. I keep on hearing a plan is a plan is a plan. And if someone is articulating the reasons that they can't do the work or they won't do the work or why they think the work's your fault, all they're telling you is that they don't want something to change. They like it the way it is. You're so welcome, Macy, and sending you so much support on that journey. I can read for pets. I think reading for pets is always really funny because every time I've ever read for a pet, they're always very funny because they're always like, they think they picked me. Like every time I read for a companion animal, they're always like, yeah, it's hilarious. They think they picked me. Like they always do that. They're like, they think they picked me, and it is it's like the funniest thing. Like the first thing they do is like they laugh about it. They're like, "Yeah, oh, I'm theirs." They go, "Oh, I'm theirs." Like, hi there. All right, Heather. I got you, dear. General focus concerning relationships and finance. All right. Can I get 3 cards, please, for Heather on really? Okay. So relationship and finance are very different directions to pull for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw 1 card for relationships, 1 card for finance, and then I'm going to give you some advice going forward. All right. Okay. 1 card, please. 1 card for Heather. Whoop, there it is. That's relationship. Can I get another one, please, for finance? Come on. Okay. And 1 more for advice going forward. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Thank you. I mean, I keep on seeing that. I feel like you're going through something right now that feels like you have to think about something right now as incubation energy. I'm seeing about like, listen, it's not about a situation and this is actually, it's interesting because it says to me, I was about to say it's sometimes tricky to read for relationship and finance, but it says to me that there's a lot of integrity in relationality to the work that you're doing right now. And I feel like a lot of that is coming through and understanding and not letting perfect like stand in the way of getting things done. Now, this is having a very different impact across these 2 matrices because for the space of relationships, um, is there a move here? Is there some kind of issue as relates to space? Because the thing about it is, I see some kind of level or degree of discomfort in the space of relationships, but it feels like some kind of overcrowded energy. It feels like some kind of need for privacy. It feels like it's giving me um and I need to point this out, like even in healthy relationship, it's nice to have a little bit of like it's nice to have a little bit of room that um is specifically our own, right? It's good to kind of have, I keep on hearing like the energetic equivalent of spending time with ourselves um, shouldn't feel like it creates a moment of friction or anxiety in partnership. And I do feel like I don't know why this is, but um, I don't know if this is you or another person, but it almost feels like someone trying to recover from some kind of experience of codependency, where it's like any kind of desire to spend time for the self with the self like immediately provoked some kind of volatility in another, you know like it's, and I need to point this out, like, and we talk about this here, the difference between um the difference between healthy counterpart and codependency is the difference that is everything we need is the way we can recognize the difference in that is someone says, I like having you here because you make everything better, right? The moment that we say it from a place of joy, right? Which is like, I miss you when you're not here because you being here makes everything better, versus the energy that often feels like it's codependent, which is, I don't want to do anything without you. Where were you? Why couldn't you be there? Right? Like it's like everything you need to know about whether something feels like healthy energetic counterpart versus codependent is articulated in, you make everything better, right? You were missed versus, why weren't you there? So I think that there's something about that that says like there's something in the space of relationship right now that could potentially be healed as it relates to setting clear and healthy boundaries. Um, as it relates to finances, I feel like there's something about getting more optics in terms of being able to see what's going on going further. Like I just keep on seeing, I feel like there's a little bit of uncertainty that can be navigated as it relates to what something looks like in the future. So this is saying to me that there's nothing that can't be helped, like fixed here, without a little bit of better foresight and planning. So, and I'm seeing even now, like what's interesting about it is the solution to both of these situations is the King of Swords, which is healthy boundaries, healthy boundaries, healthy plant boundaries, setting those resolutions. And this is why I called it incubation energy, because not feeling devastated, not feeling overwhelmed, but just identifying what the plan is, what that course of action is going forward. Everything is achievable so long as we don't navigate a space of overwhelm, recognizing and identifying what we're going to do better. So this is saying that both of these spaces could be done, like have better work in terms of defining what is occurring and setting the plan moving forward. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this Empress energy, I feel like there's a little bit of this space and working to like not, I keep on hearing not overly indulge, which is interesting, right? Like little things, like little, I keep on seeing, um, leave it little, like little adjustments that pay off in big ways. Like look for, I keep on hearing, look for things that are discretionary. Look for things that you don't notice that like have accumulated. This feels like a lot of decluttering. And I think it's interesting because I feel like it's happening both in the financial space and also in the relationship space. So the decluttering in the financial space would be removing anything that feels like it's not necessary, and healing, and again, healing in the relationship space is doing the work to really articulate and goal set, right? Like talking about what those aspirations are, making sure that you have a clear vision between you and counterpart. Remember, clear definable expectations will always solidify a strong relationship and always fracture a weak one. So don't be afraid to speak towards what it is you want to create with another. There is no rejection, there's only redirection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We have got room on the list for one more person today. If you would like to get on the list and claim that spot, you will be the one, two, three, fourth person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. All right, next person we're reading for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. All right. Oh, thank you, Sophia. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages as well. I think you're beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, G. Mary. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. One moment. Hold on. Boop, boop. I have an appointment with a pet reading in May. Had a year wait list. Holy smokes. I hope it goes well. That's beautiful. Oh, I know that my cat picked me. I mean, cats are the best with that. Cats are hilarious. I know that's a long time coming. Thank you, Heather. Yes, I don't even think she's taking appointments anymore because she's gotten so popular. That's wonderful. That's fantastic. Thank you, I am for the follow. I don't want to know. I don't want to go home. I'm feeling suffocated. Oh, well, thank you for confirmation on what I was seeing there, Heather. Sending you again, but I keep on hearing being able to kind of create some space for you to have some privacy is what I see. Like being able to articulate and amplify and set healthy boundaries is going to help in a big way. Yes, husband. Again, working through these spaces, like finding, I keep on seeing finding the space to articulate and define what you need, like, and not, and saying to another, like, this is not personal. This is something that would be like positive and productive. Like it feels like there is a little bit of that need for some kind of like, I keep on seeing like think of it like taking time for yourself is prioritizing self-care. Like it's healthy. It breathes life into a good relationship. I've given thought to my home being tight on space for anyone beyond my kiddo and me. Well, and that sometimes happens, like especially there's a lot, I feel like a lot of this like energy moving out of Pisces into Aries. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of energy is in like decluttering mode right now, because that's a lot of like a lot to a little, you know what I mean? All right, Tate, can we read the energy between my friend Josh and I? Absolutely, dear. And just a reminder, if anyone else would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for. Can I please have 4 cards for Tate? 4 cards for Tate. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Thank you. Oh, this is interesting. So this is giving me like, is this someone who's like sworn off relationships? You know, there's a lot of cards here of someone being like, I'm better. Like I see someone almost like in some kind of vibration of like again, I feel like it's similar to you to a certain extent, because I keep on hearing it's like quality versus quantity, you know? Like it's giving me like no settling energy. Like this is like I almost see someone who's like very, very hesitant um to enter a romantic connection, because I keep on hearing like they're in a state of recovery, you know? Like there's just something here that's very like it's very impactful, significant. And I keep on hearing someone saying like never again. Like, but like the thing about it is like it's not saying to me that it's the never again. Like I keep on hearing like never I keep on hearing someone say never again am I going to lower my standards, right? Like never again am I going to move into like never again am I going to be in a space where I'm going to settle for something that isn't in alignment to me. And it feels like whatever this is, it feels like someone that's in actively recovery of something, where I keep on seeing like it feels like someone that was settling for breadcrumbs in some way. Like it feels to me like I'm seeing something here where someone was like something like went way beyond the pale, because and we kind of recognize this. Like there's nothing more there's nothing more painful than feeling completely alone deep in the heart of a relationship. And I keep on seeing and observing that there's something about this energy that went through something incredibly traumatizing. Like this is saying to me, like I keep on hearing the term like actively healing, but actively healing in the sense or in the space that like, and I almost see someone like actively trying to get back together with someone and then being like, I see them being like, absolutely not. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's the thing about it. Like, I see something about this person's past where this person's just like, mm-mm, because I keep on seeing it's like, I keep on hearing them say, I know what they want. And it's not the same thing as me. I know what they want. And what I keep on hearing, I know what they want. And what they want is very lonely. I know what they want, and what they want is a very lonely place for me. They want to, like, it's giving me some kind of energy. It's like someone who like wanted a relationship with someone, but wanted them to be on the shelf. You know what I mean with those like relationships that feel like you're like, you're the fine china. I hear someone saying, I am not fine china. Like you don't just take me out for special occasions. You don't just bring me out to impress others. You don't just bring me out when it feels like it's energetically convenient of you to do so, you know? And I feel like there's something really painful about that because I can kind of see a circumstance or situation where like somebody I keep on hearing someone say, I thought I was being prioritized, but instead I was fine china. Right? And that's why they keep on saying this because they're saying like it's almost like a relationship where someone didn't want to change their day-to-day routine, but someone almost like wanted a relationship like a bracelet, like somebody who liked to be seen with another person because, like and like I don't know why I keep on hearing things like public occasions. You know what I mean? Like somebody being like, yeah, I recognize that like I keep on hearing someone say we never hung out. We were only going out where others could see us. And that was the energy saying I called the halt to it. And this energy's like, and it feels like a lot of that, like absolutely, like it's giving me like a lot of that, like absolutely not kind of energy. Um, you know, I see someone here whose heart's very fragile. I see some kind of situation here where, um, I keep on hearing someone say, I never want to feel that lonely again. Like I hear someone saying, like, and that's why I keep on hearing them say, better to be alone. Better to be alone than in a relationship like that again, because being in that relationship was lonelier than anything I ever experienced before and again. I feel like energy like this may take a long time to build trust, specifically and particularly because there's like a deep trust wound here. Like there's a lot of that worry of someone like I feel like I don't know like I keep on hearing I don't know if this person is very beautiful, but I keep on seeing someone say like I'm more than just I've got feelings too. You know what I mean? Like I see someone that says like I'm not looking um I'm not looking to be um and I'm not like I see someone being like I want to be I keep on hearing them say I want to be cared about for who I am on the inside, not just what people see on the outside. I would be curious about their cancer placements. It's interesting because I see a lot of fire and water here is what I'm seeing. So I'd be curious if this person had like Leo cancer placements in some way because like it does say to me like there's like a lot of it's very romantic, but it's like almost romantic coming into a space of accepting that there's some kind of quality or characteristic about them that makes things more difficult. And I keep on hearing makes them more difficult because they're more sought after. Like others see them in some way and they want to like I keep on hearing like want to tokenize them in some kind of way, shape, or form. Right. And that's why I see that there's almost like a little bit of trepidation there. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy. Yeah, especially with Chariot. I see some kind of situation or circumstance of someone saying, like, you remember what I said about someone saying, like, I'm not there, I'm not there for show. Like, I'm not there just to be like, I keep on seeing them being like, I'm looking for someone that's like, I see them being like, I'm looking for someone that wants me for me, not just being seen with me, is what I keep on hearing. Like, there's a deep wound here around this. Like it feels like I keep on feeling like someone saying like I have feelings too. But I feel like there's something about this in relationality to, and it's interesting because we've been talking a lot about the fact like the chariot's been coming up in all of our readings lately. And like a lot of these, like a lot of this type of path work is building a relationship and understanding kind of the tentative fabric by which we rebuild love, because this is almost like a situation that feels very akin to what we were seeing in the daily collective, which is not someone who is worried about someone feeling a great deal of feelings for them, but recognizing that if we don't work to heal our hearts, our love doesn't feel like love, it sometimes feels like fear. Thank you so much, Tate, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. The next person we're reading for today is Morgan. Morgan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would care to get on the list for today, you will be the 3rd person read for. We've also got 1 more spot left for today, 1 more spot if anyone wants to claim that spot. Also, when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. All right. Hold on a minute. Hi there, Miss Miller. How are you doing today? I don't want to make assumptions about the future, just something I've thought about. Sending you support on that journey, Heather. Tate, tea with Tate. Afternoon, dear. And Adam, thank you for joining us. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Really important if I were together with someone future for us to ideally have our own spaces. I mean, and here's the thing, being able to identify and articulate like what that aspiration is helps build that healthy foundation. Hi there, Tisay. Hope you're doing well. And if I'm saying your name incorrectly, by all means, always feel free to correct me. At the end of marriage, during divorce, we were still in the same room until near the end. Hi there, Amber. How are you doing? In a partnership. He's great, though. Really great pal. Absolutely. I just keep on, like, I can see someone that has a really hard time connecting with others. You know what I mean? Like there's so much of this energy here, but I keep on seeing they're very careful with who they connect with, if that makes sense. It was awful to not have that privacy. I mean, I like to point out a healthy relationship is one that allows us to navigate a space of honoring each other's privacy as well. Tommy, thank you for the follow. He's my personal trainer turned friend. I mean, obviously there's a spark there, but he's taken. I keep on seeing this is someone who's like I keep on like I'm like it's giving me like a lot of depth. You know what I mean? Like these 2 energies in alignment, there's like a lot going on there. Like this is a deep thinker, is what I keep seeing. Like what you see, like and it's interesting because I told you, like someone who often is in that space of being judged by their appearance. Remember what I said? It's like I keep on seeing that this is the energy that like, like I told you, like not wanting to feel like that. I keep on hearing them say like there's more behind that. Thank you for I kept on seeing like why there was so much of a focus on the misconceptions that another have because of the way they look. Thank you so much for clarifying that, because I kept on wondering. I'm like, there's something compelling. I keep on hearing there's something very compelling. They've got a compelling gaze. You know what I mean? They're like easy on the eyes. Is what I kept on hearing someone who was like basically saying like I am very easy on the, like they know that, but it makes things harder, not easier. Oh, I've definitely settled for breadcrumbs in the past. Never again. Tap to claim, Bridget. Definitely spiritual significance in meeting. He's a great guy. I know. I mean, this is good energy, but it's very careful energy. You know, I keep on seeing like this is someone who's had to navigate others who get the wrong idea. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. Like I can see like it's a lot of that. Oh, that's beautiful. Maybe you are the shoulder he didn't know he needed. That 7 of swords in the reverse. Yeah, no, seriously. Like that's the thing. Like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of that like they don't, like never again. They have a little bit of hard, they don't take for granted the fact that people have the best intentions, like that's the thing about it. It's like it's a little bit, there's a lot of wisdom there, you know. I'd rather be alone than be unhappy. Sending you support. Tap to claim, Arlene. The best relationship starts as friends. Always, a good friend is a gift. Slow and steady builds longevity. I love that as well. An outward show, but no intimacy. And that's the thing I kept on seeing in the reading, Arlene. Someone who said, like, again, often those who have a, like, being very, I keep on here, I heard someone saying, like, being very beautiful is an isolating place because everybody wants to put, I keep on hearing, being very beautiful is an isolating place because everyone wants to put you on a shelf. Yes, I kept on hearing, if that makes sense. I got a whole lot of slow burns around me, which I plan, I know, and which path I want to take, which is for me energy. I love that for you, Tate. It's requiring a space of patience. It is killing my Ariesness. I know Aries are, yeah, I get it. But again, congratulations and coming to that space of like feeling that instead of reacting to it. Hi there, Morgs. Hold on a moment. Uh, T say, you're happy if you'd like to get on the list, you're happy to do so. We've got one more spot for today. It's yours if you'd like to send that donation payment. I want that too, sharing one bed, one bath with my boyfriend. And it's not easy sometimes. Oh, sending you support on that journey, Julie. How do you do it? All you need to do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list, dear. Amy, thank you for the follow. The guys really said your Venus is in Taurus state. You like pretty things. I mean, like, listen, Venus and Taurus, man. You just love. You just, like, I mean, like Venus and Taurus is, like that's the thing. I like Venus and Taurus is like you love. Like it's honestly, it really like it's like you, but you create Venus and Taurus is beautiful because you create a home with your love. It's like it's creating that space, and like it's like it's a lot of that work in identifying the ground. You bring a lot of grounding in your love as well, like, you know what I mean, like there's a lot of that comfort there. Venus and Taurus is like exquisite, you know it's such a pretty, it's a lot like for me, hold on, like Aquarius moon, it's beautiful. Like I have nothing to, it's just exquisite. Venus, Aquarius moon, beautiful. Taurus, Venus, like gorgeous. You know what I mean? Like it's exquisite. Venus and Pisces here. Venus and Pisces, it's a lot. We've talked about this, Bridget. Healthy boundaries, healthy boundaries, healthy boundaries. Per, yes. Please, I need a reading. You never, I need to stress this. One thing we always talk about here, Bean, is we never need a reading. We always desire a reading. We never want to be in a feeling that we need something in that way. I'm happy to give you a reading if you'd like to get on the list. List is open. We've got one more spot open for today if you'd like to claim that spot. I need reading. Had a breakup with ex 5 days ago. Scorpio. He's a Leo. Again, I'm happy to read for you on that. I'm sending you so much support on that energy right now. And if you'd like to get on the list is open. Carrie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. No, it's okay. Absolutely. Thank you for the follow. And that's why I just wanted to clarify. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Morgan. Morgan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Venus and Capricorn, like you just like, you get to work. You know what I mean? Like Venus and Capricorn, it's like whatever it takes is all it takes. Like it is like it's that energy that's always in your corner. They've always got your back. It's a lot of that identification that love isn't what we want to. It's not what we want to give. It's how another person receives it. All right, and thanks again, Tate, for having that reading. And Amy, thank you for the follow. Hi, Morgan. Got you, dear. And thank you for those gifts, dear. I love reading on you and Luke. Got you. Boundaries. I know it's, I want to have an intervention for everyone who is Venus and Pisces and be like, why walk me through why boundaries are just like, walk me through why boundaries are so difficult. Like I just I need to learn. I need to understand. I know. Listen, it's also because like I don't know why those with Venus and Pisces have a tendency of finding me. It's like I don't know, man. All right, I just want to love you. Why won't you exactly? But what does that mean? You know? Oh man. Okay. All right. There we go. All right. So we're doing a love reading right now for Morgan. Can I get 3 cards, please? 3 cards for Morgan on the connection between them and. All right. 3 cards between them and that individual. One more, please. What is this? Growing pains? It feels like someone's trying to figure out what they're trying. Like, I got to point this out. It's very hard to build a healthy relationship until we figured out our path, work, and purpose. You know, um, and I don't know why I keep on hearing someone saying, "I don't want to hold you back." What? I'm not sure why I'm hearing this. Um, I see someone like I keep on hearing someone say, "I'm on a journey of discovery on the self." Is this? Oh, is this like? It feels like, and I got to point this out. Like us being on, like when we're in a good space. I sometimes read on energy like this and it confuses us. We can be on a journey of the self and still be in a healthy relationship. Um, but I almost see like I gotta walk you through a few things here because I'm seeing something a little bizarre. Um, if we want something unconventional, it requires even more rules. That's the irony of wanting something energetically unconventional. It requires more rules, not less, because you can't lean on expectation. You can't lean on like assumes like circumstances. I just need to, I've got a guide that keeps on saying this. If you want something unconventional, um, it's not no rules. It's more rules than you've ever had before because you have to define what something is in the space of to help clarify the difference between something and nothing, right? So I would say like there is something here that cannot be left up to fate, right? Like that's what I keep on hearing about it. Like there's something about like this energy, like make sure you're not coming into a space of someone saying like let's just see how it goes. Let's just wait and see. You that is not that's not easing. That's anxiety inducing, you know? Because the gift that we give each other in healthy partnership is navigating with clarity as it relates to what we can expect. So, I don't know if this person's got Aquarius placements, but I see someone, I keep on hearing they drift. Like they have a tendency of drifting, which is talking more about a philosophical construct than something that is energetically practical. Um, so help remember, remind, like, make sure that you're having conversations that are productive, not philosophical. I mean, it's not like, and yeah, you understand what I mean here. The philosophical becomes profound when we're able to bring it into the space of being productive, right? Like like the difference between saying you have such a weird effect, like you have such a strange effect on me, is not the same as saying this is what I want to create with you. And I do feel like there's something about this here where someone is potentially captivated by your energy. You know what I mean? Like I see something here where someone like like enjoys the time they spend with you. But I almost see you kind of saying like, what's the direction it's heading in? So make sure that you're having productive conversations in relationality to where something is going and what you can expect from it. And I'll tell you right now, if you're having a conversation with someone here and they say, now's not a really great time for me to have that conversation, I'm going through a lot right now. We're always going through everything all of the time, right? If we're saying, oh, well, we'll have that conversation when there's room to have it, the time will never come. So if there's something about bringing a conversation to bear in terms of clarity, in terms of direction, and someone says to you, now is not a great time, I've got a lot going on, say, when is a good time to have this conversation? Identify to them that that isn't pushing the ball down the lane, that there's a specific time by which you will return to that. Because everything you'll need to know is about them prioritizing conversations and relationality to the direction that something's headed. I do want to give you some bottom of the information, something to keep in mind going forward. I see someone who thinks you're the cat's pajamas. Like I see someone who feels so drawn to you, and that's why I keep on seeing energy like this. And sometimes I see energy like this, say if everything's a yes, what's the holdup? And I want to avoid some kind of situation of someone saying, you are perfect, but I'm not ready. Right? I want to avoid a situation where someone says, you are perfect, that I'm not ready. So that ability, it's like, and that's why we talk about it. Love is not enough. Like, I know we like to create that construct that says love is enough, but love is not enough. Manifestation goals is enough. Feeling emotion for each other is not it's like it is calibrated by wanting the same things, because we can care about each other deeply and recognize that we have very different expectations in terms of where we see our futures headed. So don't wait to have those conversations. Have them sooner rather than later. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Morgan. And if this message connected to you as well, and don't assume you want the same things. Say to them, what's your ideal relationship? Walk me through it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Morgan. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Nicole. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, just a reminder, we've got 1 spot left for today, just 1 spot left. If you would like to claim that spot, all you need to do is send the donation payment via my tree that has Binks in it in my bio, and you will be added to the list for a reading today. Also, my friends, we are at 63.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. And let me just take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Venus in Aquarius it's very surreal. I want to say it's beautiful because it's very daydreamy. It's like love is the space for which you can daydream. I know. That's exactly, and you know what I love about that? You know what I love about that, Bridget? The fact that you wrote, I just want to know you. Why won't you let me? But you didn't contextualize whether you were saying that or they were saying that. That is the key. Oh, I can tell you, I grew up in a super enmeshed family. Ta-da, solved. Thank you, Heather. Please assist. Grand Rising, Hannah. Good to see you. Um, it's smothering. Get back here and take my love, dang it, energy. Well, that's the thing about, I like to point out, like, I have to stress this. The thing that I think is really funny with Venus and retrograde energy, it's like running towards the mob or running away from the mob. You know what I mean? It's like, I like to describe it like, have you ever seen Pac-Man? Like, you know how Pac-Man is in that space where like Pac-Man is moving and like all the ghosts are trying to get them, but then like Pac-Man eats like the little like candy, and then suddenly Pac-Man's running and all the ghosts are running away from them. That is what I like to is what I see when I see Venus and Pisces energy. That's what it's like. Like, that's the thing. It's like, or like, you know what I mean? Come here, get away from me. Yes. Thank you for the help, her. Yeah, all you need to do, go to my link tree, dear, and you can be added to the list. Thank you for the help, her. Thank you for the help, Bridget. He's an Aquarius rising and Venus. Wow, that's a lot of Aquarius. Okay, so that's what okay, thank you. That's what I meant. Okay, like, thank you, Morgan, for clarifying what I was reading for. Like taking that, yes, taking something out of the headspace, taking it out of the ideal, and talking about what's practical is going to be a challenge. Thank you for confirming. The cat's pajamas, exactly. You're so welcome. I hope this helps. You know, like it's like you gotta bring the kite down. You know, like it's not about aspiration. It's about like working in the space of practicality. All right, and we're now doing a reading for Nicole. So good to see you, dear. Happy to give you highest priority messages from Spirit. All right. Yes. All right. Venus, Josh has a Venus in Aries, cheese and crackers. Yeah, you know, here's the thing, like Venus in Aries is like, it's a lot of that, you fight for love. You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about it. Like love is a battlefield. Venus in Aquarius, very surreal. That explains a lot. Like what's reality even more? Yes, again, it's like love makes you feel surreal. Yep. All right. Reading now for Minnie. Highest priority messages from Spirit, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Can I get 4 cards, please, for Nicole? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Yep. All right, I'm not sure why this is coming up, but it feels to me like you need to articulate and explain to someone the difference between a safe space and a brave space. You know, and here's the thing. You know, like how do I explain this best? So when I keep on hearing the message, a safe space is a brave space. I'm not sure why this is coming through. A safe space is a brave space because um how do I describe this? So, you know, when we are navigating the space of identifying our own comfort point, we have to be ready to understand that in navigating others' comfortability points, we're going to hit points of friction. Okay, that is not exceptional. That is conditional, right? And when we're building a safe space, it's not about making everyone feel extremely comfortable. You can't. You literally cannot. If you're trying to create a space where everyone feels comfortable, you are going to fail, because I guarantee you that in the space of someone navigating their comfortability, there's going to be something that another person articulates that they don't like, right? That moment of saying, like, that bothers me. We talk a lot about the space of being triggered, right? And when we're triggered, we often carry trauma for things. And sometimes the trauma that we carry is reasonable. Sometimes the trauma we carry is unreasonable. Unreasonable circumstances creates unreasonable trauma. And that's why that often when we're working to heal, we talk a lot about this here. It's not doing something that feels, healing is not indulgent. Healing is not just doing what feels good all the time. That's validating the ego, right? That's like massaging the ego. Like, if you're doing something that just feels good all the time, but you identify that it doesn't allow you, like, it doesn't allow that space of like like evolving or expanding. Like, it can sometimes feel like I'm getting I keep on seeing, like, think about the lotus eaters, right? It's like, it's that moment where it's like you talk it, like, you just, you do something that it feels good, but it doesn't get you anywhere, right? It's like, it actually, like, nurses the wound, as it were, right? So I feel like there's something that you need to have to do in terms of having a conversation with someone that says, you're not trying to create, it's not about creating a safe space, it's about creating a brave space, right? And that's a space that we recognize and we work through the challenges that often come up as we're feeling energetically triggered, right? And that doesn't mean that we don't navigate a point of sensitivity if something is said or around us that challenges us, but we don't react to it, right? We articulate through it. We discuss it. We have it happen here at times. I'm sure you've seen that, where it's like we hit these moments of challenge, but we can communicate through them without becoming energetically hostile. And I feel like there's something really important about this, because I just keep on seeing there's some kind of discordant note around you. It feels like some kind of type of energy that you're trying to get a bunch of people to get along on something, and they're all feeling very energetically triggered, or they're all navigating some point of sensitivity. So that's why I'm hoping that, like, what I'm seeing here is like something that's coming through to help you bring a conversation forward. You know what I mean? It's almost like next item on the agenda. You know what I mean? Like, having to put a time limit on things, right? Like, it's giving me like a lot of this energy that says, like, respectfully, lovingly, like, let's keep things progressing in a positive way. And so they're saying that, like, sometimes the beauty of trying to do that is helpful in building a schedule. So it doesn't feel so much like you're interrupting another person, but being able to show someone and say, like, this is what we're going to go through today, which would also give them the ability to prepare themselves for what they're going to be tackling, so they won't feel as energetically sensitive about it. And at the same time, help understand that if something reaches a point that it that feels like it's taking too much time, you're gonna have to, like, I keep on saying, like, let the agenda do the work for you, instead of feeling like you're rude, or instead of feeling like you're trying to like push someone forward in something. Because everything I keep on seeing is like something around you is going to be helped by having something external that you can refer to make something energetically easier. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, Ace of Cups, right? Often those, like, it feels a lot like, I keep on seeing, it's like it feels like you're in some kind of space where others, like, are trying to share their feelings, right? And that's what we talk about. And I'm just going to say this again, if you've been here for the readings. Honoring our feelings isn't just, it's not just, hold on a minute. Honoring our feelings is not just coming into the space where we articulate upon how we're feeling all the time. That's not honoring feelings, okay? Honoring feelings is not the space where we just say the things we say, or we talk about the fact that someone's like, you've made me angry, you've made me sad. Honoring feelings is the act of in investigating the feelings we feel to understand why we feel the things we feel, right? That is the difference. And often, and the way we do, the reason we do that is sometimes when we are being unreasonable, we can't find a reason for why we feel something. If I say something to you, right? If I say something to you right here and now, and you say that made me angry, and I say to you, why did it make you angry? And you say to me, it made me angry because X, Y, and Z. You're giving me the opportunity to take accountability for something. We can articulate upon it. We can talk through it. We can understand each other with a deeper degree of understanding, and we can commit to working to understand each other better. But that's why we interrogate the feelings, because when we say, when we have like when you say something and another person says, you made me angry, apologize, and you say, why did I make you angry? And you say, I didn't like that. And being like, why didn't you like that? And you say, it made me angry. Okay, but why? I didn't like it. I didn't like it isn't an exam, is not, is a, like, we're literally seeing someone defining a blind spot in the self, right? Because someone is literally like chasing their own tail in relationality to articulating something that bothers them. And then when you ask them why it bothers them, they say they didn't like it. And then when you ask them why they said they didn't like it, they say it made me angry. And then you suddenly realize the fact that that is an energetic blind spot that you just define and recognize in a person, because it is like the dog chasing its own tail. It is the energy that says that's find themselves in a loop where they're saying, I can't define the reason why, I just don't like it. That's the body reacting to something that they're refusing to interrogate or investigate or acknowledge in a deeper way. So I want you to kind of work on that, because it's like that's that moment that when someone says that, you say, well, that seems like something you have to work on, right? That seems like something you need to introspect upon further, because you are literally, you are walking around something, and you're saying that all the conditions by which it's bothering you, but you're not able to explain why. That's the ego. That's the ego refusing to see something. So I hope that, I feel like that's why, again, this is why we talk about honoring the feelings does not require us to honor energy that's caught in an ego trap, where they effectively say, I don't like that is the ego trap that says, I don't like it. Why don't you like it? It bothers me. Why does it bother you? I don't like it. It bothers me. Right? It's like all it is hooked on the feeling, but refusing to see what the feeling is trying to get the self to avoid. And that's why I keep on seeing that you have to kind of say to someone, we're not creating we're not creating a safe space. We're creating a brave space, because if you encounter an ego trap, it's requiring the self understanding and recognition of the fact that that is what is occurring. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. The list is now open. If you would like to get on the list, we've got 1 more spot open for today. I'm also going to be opening it up to 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can just hit that subscribe button, and you will also be added to the list and can have a card pulled. Also, if you are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also have a card pulled. If you are a member, you can simply head over to my profile. There is a little join button there. Activating that join button will add you. You can also will add you to the list. All right. Goosebumps, because that actually sounds like what I believe my kiddo needs right now. Oh, I'm so glad this message reached you as well, Rainbow. Possibly more clear schedules. Tap to claim. We got 1 card for Grace, please. 1 card for Grace. Hold on a minute. Let me just put the offer here. Also, for anyone joining us right now, when we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you tap that screen. We'll get to that in no time. All right. All right. One card for grace, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Um, there's something really like, here's the thing. Neptune transiting into Aries, it's like things from the past emotionally, spiritually, or tangibly can kind of rise back up to the surface. So just give yourself like take time if you're experiencing that. Let like ground yourself in your energetic like anchor yourself in the present if you're experiencing that as well because it sometimes can feel a little disorienting. Bottom of the deck. I keep on calling it like this is like a lot of that like emotional clearing that we're getting right now with like Neptune transiting into Aries. And I think it's interesting because it's like it's like the paradoxical nature of honoring the feelings, but also recognizing that feelings have nothing to do with it. Like when we're working in pathwork of intention, we honor our feelings, but we understand that the feelings like ask for things, they don't necessarily provide direction. Melly, one card pull on photography. You got it, dear. Whoa, that's way more than one. I'm gonna do my best to summarize this. Um, build that plan right now. You know, again, you don't overwhelm yourself. Everything I keep on hearing right now, there's a lot of this like schedule, carving out schedules. Like it feels like a lot of logistics. Like the solution I keep on hearing this the solution right now is logistics, 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 right? Like everything can be done in the context of time and priority. So make sure that you're doing that work. Bottom of the deck, don't take on more than you can chew, right? If there's too much work, like spread it out. Don't try to do a lot in under a little time and then not create quality. Chrissy, one card regarding the connection, please. One card regarding the connection. Highest party messages from spirit, please. Um, mutual growth, a mutual accountability, identifying and recognizing where the work begins is how to heal a connection of this nature. So they're saying everything you need to know is not in relationality to someone coming back to you, but identifying and recognizing what the work is. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I keep on like it it feels like someone who is like refusing to give definition to what it is that they had with you. Healthy connection will never defy definition. It'll be clearly articulated. Thank you so much, Chrissy, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being a subscriber. Whitney, I got you, dear. Highest party messages from spirit, please. Highest party messages from spirit. Don't get frustrated right now. Don't be solution focused, not problem oriented. Um, and if like, like if energy's in that space where they're like it's like it's giving me like energy like I don't know why I keep on hearing but like if someone doesn't want to work with you like take your business elsewhere. You know what I mean? Like I don't know what this is. Like this is giving me like yeah, like it's like don't get triggered. Just be like that's fine. Like it's like the guides are like it's their loss. You know what I mean? Like don't let someone jam you up. Like sometimes when someone jams us up, we can just like step over it and move on. You know what I mean? Like I almost see it being like no hard feelings, like just not letting something get to you, you know? Hi there, Bridget. One card for spirit led for Bridget, please. One card for spirit. One card for Bridget, spirit led. Yeah, this is like I feel like there's a lot of this work that you're doing right now and connecting with your higher self. And I feel like there's something about that higher self that's telling you in some really deep way that like you're on your path work. And I need to point out sometimes we have those points of insight, like they're gifts from spirit telling us to say, like, look, like you've earned this, like you deserve to see this. I know it'll help you. I keep on hearing like spirits like showing you the file to a certain extent which is like almost like sometimes you recognize arrival when you're shown the file, right? Like being able to see something and understand something in a deeper way. Yeah. It's not, I see like I feel like don't feel like that, like don't it's like what you do with it is how you choose. Like I don't want you to feel like it's like don't feel like I keep on hearing like seeing the file is the arrival point. Like the ability to understand something is the energetic gift. And the nice thing about a gift is there's no demand upon a gift. How we choose to receive it and utilize it, that's entirely up to us to decide. Thank you, Bridget. All right. Had one go quiet and one act childish around me. I get it. Sending you support, Grace. Ava, one card on a message. Oh, I love her. She is a queen. May I have, thank you, Bridget. May I have a card on a message from my divine counterpart? Absolutely, Ava. Highest party messages from spirit, please. Highest party messages from spirit. I feel like I keep on hearing someone say, like, I don't know why I feel like you're healing from some kind of experiences of situations of energy, always trying to tell you that you're less than perfect. You know, like I just keep on seeing that this energetic connection of the divine counterpart finds you like absolutely beautiful. Like let those flaws become facets. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, it's not like again, like like I keep on hearing someone say, I like you just the way you are, which means like again, it's like understanding that you're a work in progress, you know, recognizing and identifying, like not building into potential. And I feel like there's a lot of that energy that I see you inhabiting of having to recover from circumstances or situations where someone did that. I keep on hearing them say, I would never treat you like that. You're so welcome, Melly. All right. And you're so welcome, Chrissy. Yes, still one spot, dear. Yes, I am doing that. I love that, Bridget. When you say highest priority, all I hear is highest party. I like that too. I think it works in both. I think that works in both contexts. I'll take that. I'm okay with highest priority and highest party. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you for that. I love her. I love it too. One card for Rainbow on financial guidance, clarifying path on life rebuild project. I love that. Listen, don't get overwhelmed. If you got into something, you can get out of something. How do you swallow a whale? The same way you swallow a fish, one bite at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself. Just take it step by step. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Don't get mad at yourself. Remember, you're doing the best that you can, right? It's not requiring you to be perfect. It just requires you to build that plan. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Rainbow, and thank you for being a subscriber. Excellent. All right. And Crystal, thank you for getting on the list. And the list is now closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for tomorrow to be the first person read for, you can do so now. And you will also have an additional card in your reading. Crystal, could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else would like a one-card reading and would like to become a subscriber, you just need to hit that subscribe button and you will be added to the list for readings. All right. More regarding the connection, please. Absolutely. All right. Can I please get 4 cards, please? Can I please get, woo, right, there's the first one. And can I get 3 more, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit. Come on. These cards got like really sticky. All right, 2 more, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. And 1 more. Okay. I just drew these cards on this connection, didn't I? These are like the same. Like this is wild. I feel like I just drew these cards on this connection. Um, I'm just gonna work you through something that I'm seeing here. Yeah, they are the same. Okay, you saw me shuffle the deck. Okay, like I just want to point that out. Like, listen, like spirit really did say, did I stutter? Um, so I see someone that is really focused and concentrated upon recognizing and identifying. Um, I need to walk this through. And listen, I know what I'm about to say here. Like I know what I'm about to say here is gonna like trigger some, but there are some energies that are deeply worried about moving into partnership because they fear that it is going to waylay them on their personal journey. I have to stress this. Spirit always thinks that this is wild because there's nothing like, our journey is our journey, right? And so I keep on seeing that there's some kind of situation around someone that they're very focused on. Like, I don't know why the word like it's like they're like I keep on hearing like it almost feels like someone like very focused on their bag. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of the best way I can describe it. Like I need to like I see cars like this, and it's like someone whose like highest priority right now is focusing on something they're trying to create for themselves. On something they're trying to build for themselves. And then that's like sometimes when I see energy like this, the blockage point, like I literally say, I see someone here and I say like I say to spirit, like what's the holdup in this energy coming into connection? And spirit says to me, because they're entirely focused on what they're creating. They feel like anything that they do may waylay them from what it is that they're trying to create for themselves. Now this is often a false construct, right? Because a good energetic partnership never gets in the way of healthy progress. A good energetic like relationship, it gives us wings. It doesn't drag us down. But I see something here that like somebody, like it's almost like, and this is what's like when I see energy like this, it feels like it's like it feels so frustrating to me because like they almost look at relationships like traps. You know what I mean? It's like when who looks at a relationship, be like, "Oh, you're not going to trap me." Be like, "What are you talking about? Nobody's trying to trap anybody." Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, who told you that this? Like, what made you gave you like what gave you this kind of impression? You know, like there's a lot of this space of someone, and I don't know if it's because like someone carried some kind of like this could be something to carry over from someone they knew growing up or something here that says like someone saying like don't make the mistake I did. You know what I mean? Don't settle down too soon. Like it's giving me some kind of old energy being like don't settle down too like what? Like energy that doesn't have it like I need to stress this. Energy that doesn't have ambition will often try to give the excuse of the fact that they settled down, and they'll try to disrupt and try to say that the reason that they didn't reach their benchmarks is because of the energy around them, right? And when we're in a space that we've like caught speed of that, like we feel sad when someone says that because it's like, wow, like they need to find a reason why something didn't go the way that they expected or intended, right? It's like when we look for reasons, when we look for reasons, we can find reasons anywhere. Look on the ground, there's stones everywhere. You know what I mean? Like you can find an excuse. It's very easy to find excuses. And I keep on seeing that there's something about this, like until this energy recognizes that the energy that doesn't do something always has an excuse, and the energy that does things does stuff regardless, Like they're going to be in this space that they're saying to themselves, like, oh, they're trying to like like they're like they're not going to stop me. Like nobody's trying to stop you, dude. Like it's giving me some kind of energy where it's like it does feel like someone has to go through a bit of a maturation process in relationality to recognizing and identifying, like, and having the contextual sense of understanding that when we put our hearts to something important, we can achieve, we can do amazing things, you know like this is what we talk about, like, you know the difference between a Cinderella story and a sob story is the energy that looked for an excuse versus the energy that always found a reason. And I keep on seeing that until this energy understands and recognizes that, they're going to keep on looking at connection as something that may potentially hold them back, failing to recognize that nothing holds us back from what is like from what our heart is intended upon. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and I feel like again, I keep on hearing that someone put the fear in them. It feels like someone caught a crazy case of the fear from someone who didn't like make it like to their own expectations and always was trying to find some kind of reason why, like always trying to excuse, like find some point and saying, were it not for this, were it not for that. Like I said, look on the ground, you'll find stones everywhere. Looking for excuses, you can always find an excuse why you didn't do something, right? And what do you find with the energy that does something? The energy that does it regardless. So there may be a day, and I hope that this day comes sooner for an energy like this than later, because often energy like this ends up really lonely because they're like, oh, I don't want to follow in someone's footsteps, failing to recognize that they were taking the wrong message from the lesson that they were receiving. They weren't necessarily that, again, nothing stops us from what we aspire to achieve when we're building into that pathwork of determination. So thank you so much for having this reading with me, Crystal. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. The list is now closed, but if you are a subscriber and would like to have a card pulled, all you need to do is put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, you can just hit my name you can just hit the subscribe button at the bottom of the screen and become a subscriber. Also, if you're joining us in the place where we keep the videos, your subscription also entitles you to a card for today. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, we're at 67.6K likes today. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Rainbow, ex-wife put a lot of pressure on me at end of marriage. Illusion, if improved enough, might work out. I'm sending you so much support on that journey, Rainbow. Again, it's like working in that space shouldn't be conditional. It's like something we mutually do together. And it was the same cards. Wasn't that wild? Like that. I love when the spirit drops the same cards, being like, did I stutter? I will never forget counting number of crumbs I cleaned off the counter to prove I contributed. Oh, it should not take that much, Heather. I'm sending you so much support. Adina, amazing day. Saying good to see you guys. Make sure that you give Adina a follow. Had a wonderful podcast with her just a few months ago. You can find it both on her page and you can find it over on my Substack in my features and collaboration section. Good to see you, dear. Let me just pin you here. It feels like this is frustrating because I see someone being like, they're like, I'm not letting anyone get me off my path. And it's like, often like this energy is always like, there's always something more to do. There's always another ambition. There's always something more that they're growing, right? It's like understanding that doesn't have to be isolating. It can be collaborative. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Thank you for having that reading with me and thank you for being a subscriber and wishing you the best of luck on your journey. It is sad. I can see this because I can see like until they overcome this, they may be in that space of falling into the same place of trying to blame others when they aren't in that, in that space of doing their best, right? Like it's coming into that context of understanding that we hold each other up. We don't drag each other down, Definitely. I know. I mean, it's wild to me when I see cards coming back out like that. You guys saw how many times I shuffled. So My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Just a reminder, if you missed the Daily Collective, it will be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. We will be back on tomorrow. If you just became a subscriber today, hello, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only Discord channel. There you'll find, you can say hello to the community, and you will also find a special coupon code in the perks section that will give you an additional discount to the Tarot Church classes that we hold over on Substack. Our next class is April 16th. We'll be focusing our studies on the Hangman. I want to thank you guys. Oh, thank you so much, Bridget. This is such a beautiful space every day, but today was magical. I agree. Thank you guys so much for being here and being a part of it. Have a beautiful day as well, Jules. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the live as well. Have a great day, everyone. Tomorrow, pet day. Oh, there you go. I would love that. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile. There's a little bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications, and to make sure that you're doubly notified, because I know sometimes this app doesn't send those notifications, you can also register directly for the event on the events section. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and being a part of the collective. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me, and the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another, and we will do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.